by many to trade him, even if it was the dumbest trade in the history of the sport. We're Unsportsmanlike here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And Doug, welcome.
Well, Tim, you better take this one yourself. I don't know how you could expect me to be much good to you today. Had my heart ripped out of my chest, shown to me, and then put back in. So I don't know that I can bounce back. The wounds are fresh. I'm a wounded animal. I don't know that I'm going to be able to carry on today.
Martin, can you do the show?
What would the skipper say? Too fresh. Too fresh. It's been about 8 hours, not even, since the ball game ended. Too fresh. The suddenness of that. And you knew going to overtime it was going to be sudden one way or the other.
Yeah, that's the
just brutal.
Jackson, can you do the show?
I'll try, Tim.
Did you even watch it?
This guy was watching Rockets Warriors. He was watching Rockets Warriors, and I don't care what he says.
No. I was watching the note. How can you not? Double OT?
I posed this question on the TMA fan page, which is on Facebook, and Doug, we welcome people to join in to the TMA fan page, which Jackson does a wonderful job as administrator. This is my question, which will be perfectly suited for Martin and Doug. Jackson and I were texting about it earlier. I was texting with the non-ling, and I asked this question because I said to Jackson when I texted you, I don't know, 5:10 this morning, I said, I don't think in the history of this program, so you're going back to July 2004, we've had a show like the one we are about to do. And my reasoning is the following. I cannot recall since 2000 a loss for a local team, and when I say local in St. Louis, I include Missouri, Illinois, in which the local team was leading and on the verge of winning either a series or a championship game and then lost the game in such a dramatic fashion. I couldn't think of it. One that it's so far in my interactions on that Facebook page, TMA fan page is the name of it, is the 2003 season Rams, in which they lost to the Panthers, Steve Smith, Jason Sehorn's athletic supporter at the 48-yard line. But in that case, the Rams were actually down 23-12 and had to fight to come back to tie it and then lost in double overtime. In St. Louis, we have been fortunate to experience Pujols Lidge when the Astros were on the verge of winning the NLCS. Of course, Game 6 of the 2011 World Series, in which the Rangers were on the verge of winning the World Series twice. And in addition to that 2012 NLDS, in which the Nationals were up 6-0 after 3 and 7-5 going into the ninth inning. But I couldn't think of anything in the last 25 years to compare it to. Now, if you go back, but we try to keep the show for all ages as much as possible as far as sports memories, if you go back, the only thing that I can compare it to, and I'm not saying it's on the same level, one is the World Series, one is the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, but would be the Cardinals 1985 leading that World Series in the ninth inning. But otherwise, I couldn't think of anything.
Game 6.
Yes.
Yeah, and so
But they're about to win the World Series.
Right, correct. No, I thought of that last night, too. The only fallback was, well, there is a Game 7, although we mostly thought, even at a young age, well, they're done. Yeah. After losing in that fashion, right, when you thought your team was about to win. Significance there is it's the World Series. But last night, that puck's in the corner, like, oh, they'll just keep it against the boards. It'll never get out of there. It's just going to tick, 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 tick away. The stunning fashion to lose. The theme of the goalie being pulled, which we talked about. And in the postgame, Jim Montgomery said, I'm not talking about that's seriously a sore subject, and it would be in the moment there after it just happened. But there's something to it. When you lead the league in goals scored when the other team pulls their goalie, just stunning fashion. Even the Owen Nolan game would have been tied, right? When he scored against Roman Turek. The Turek goal, that was a Game 7 at home.
Yeah, I think that was at the end of the first period.
That just kind of set the tone
Sharks
or
might have
whatever.
already been up, but yes.
I'm trying to remember the scoring there, but the stunning nature of that home loss when you were the President's Trophy winner.
But as far as like a Brad Lidge,
right, you think you're winning.
Ron Washington, Josh Hamilton, and then the 2012 Nationals. I don't recall anything. And again, I recognize one's the World Series, but that is why this is different. Now, what I have noticed, and people are, of course, Jackson, you've always said this, even though unfortunately you get labeled as a Marxist about 40 times during the program in the text inbox. Mm-hmm. You're pro-liberty.
Always have been.
Yeah, pro-liberty. He loves the open marketplace of ideas, Doug. John Stuart Mill, that's his big thing, John Stuart Mill. But people can feel however they want to feel. I don't know if this is a coping mechanism or if it's how people really feel. To each their own, and God bless. I can only tell you how I personally feel, and I'm not saying you should feel this way. I am telling you that I personally, as a fan, but also somebody who's been doing a show for a while in town, I am gutted by it. And I personally don't turn the page to go, well, this is going to be great because they got this experience and they're only going to be better for it. That isn't where I am. When you are up by 2 to advance to the next round with 2 minutes left, and you've had the good fortune on your end, misfortune on their end, to not be dealing with Mark Scheifele for the last 8 periods. And then, in addition, now not dealing with Morrissey for essentially the entirety of the game. So you were playing 5D in Winnipeg, and a goalie who is battling whatever psychological demons he's battling, to not close that out. Hey, I can't, I'm not in the mindset of, oh, well, it's going to be good for the future. Now, I know a lot of people are saying either that or saying if you would have been told back in January that the Blues would get to Game 7 against the President's Trophy. And if that is how you really feel, God bless. If that is how you just get through it, God bless. For me, individually, that is not where I am. And one of the main reasons is, and Doug, I can picture you saying this like a month ago even, the 6-on-5 thing. It has been the one weakness since the Four Nations. The Blues gave up 13 regular season goals against, 6-on-5. That was the worst in the league, tied with the Leafs. And now add 2 more to it. And the only time, Martin, you made reference to it, that Jim Montgomery got banty in the postgame was when I would imagine it was Jeremy Rutherford.
I think JR twice asked.
And Jeremy Rutherford's column's outstanding. I'm operating on the premise of this is a disaster. And so his column speaks to that as opposed to, well, that was fun and sure didn't expect it. And hey, God bless if that's your mindset. Jackson, you have the sound. Here's Jim Montgomery, and we believe Jeremy Rutherford asking about the 6-on-5s.
Would it be that close in 2.2 seconds?
Yeah, it's an area of our team that has not been good all year. And it's an area I have to get better at so that our team's better next year in that pulled goalie situation.
Then here's JR asking about again.
And the 6-on-5s, is it execution?
I don't want to continue to talk about the 6-on-5. The season, like I said, we'll analyze it. We'll get better. Okay? But right now, season's over. And, we can analyze this at the end of the year.
Okay. Hey, be my guest. You're welcome to say
basically
it.
Said the same thing about 6-on-5.
Yes, he talked about it as well. And hey, that's fine. I remember when Dave Steckel decided not to stop Trey Mason in the 2013 SEC Championship game. Dave Matter asked him about it, and he said, well, it's a change in history. Okay, fair enough. It's been 12 years. I haven't forgotten it, and if the Missouri Tigers can figure out a way to stop that, they're playing for the national championship. If the Blues could figure out a way to stop the 6-on-5, they're playing the Dallas Stars in the next couple of days. So that is where I am. It is not excused away. There was a moment in that 6-on-5 that is player execution and coaching. I don't know what was going on with Pavel Buchnevich when he had a golden opportunity to either just skate the puck out of the zone, or there was a wide open Robert Thomas to have a clear look at an empty netter, and instead he just fired the puck down for yet another icing. And I can't recall who was might have been Shen who was talking to him about it as they lined up the puck for the face-off in the blue zone. Like, what are you doing there? That's execution. And considering the Blues were in a spot where they led the league in 6-on-5 goals against, the fact that it wound up biting them in the ass twice in the final 2 minutes is really, really difficult to accept.
And when you watch it, you don't really notice them doing anything different. I don't know if they sit back too much, or if they pressure too much, or if they try to score in the open net too much or not enough. It's hard to know. You don't really see a pattern. They just always seem to get burned by it.
I looked up at one point. The shots were 20-20. And the next time I noticed, it was 39-20 shots. So at some point, and you give Winnipeg credit for shutting you down, But Hellebuck was shaky again, obviously. When it's 2-0, even that 3-1 goal, you're thinking, oh, wow, this guy's going to have to wear it. This guy's going to have to answer so many questions about why he can't make the big play. That's a guy you got to hammer. Whatever you can, and maybe the Jets took that away. But how it went from 20 shots to 39. Some of that's they pulled the goalie, so they're naturally going to have more attempts, and they're going to dial it up a bit. But some way, somehow, and I think even during Midwest on the broadcast, they put up like shots on goal, like 4 in the third period, 4 in the overtime, or whatever it was. Not enough shots on net with a goalie who was there for the taking, a series that was there for the taking. Maybe the Eiserman goal because it's game 7, but it was 0-0.
Yeah,
so I don't think you ever had that.
Loss.
So you didn't have the emotion of, oh my God, we're going to win. You're just tense the whole time. Tyus Edney's going way back from Mizzou fans where you're like just stunned at what just happened.
Yeah, that would be one if you want to go before 2000.
What about the Super Bowl loss to the Patriots?
But you never thought they were going to win.
They were never leading.
But they were tied right at the end.
Right, I understand.
I think that hurt more than this one.
Super Bowl loss, absolutely. But from the premise, I wasn't trying to rank it. I'm just trying to think if there is something in recent St. Louis sports history where the local team was leading and on the verge of winning, and then had what happened to the Astros with Pujols, Lidge, to the Rangers with Freese, and with the Cardinals coming back against the Nationals, and there just isn't anything that I could remember. But that's why I was asking people. It was full on crowdsourcing, and it still is.
I see. Okay.
Well, and I agree with Monty. Like some of it, you don't want to get too granular. It's a legitimate topic. How did that happen again at the worst time? But I also don't want to talk about Bolduc's growth or this young roster. It's too soon. It is. It's time to break down the series, break down a loss, a series you could have won. And it was there for the taking. And I think Shen's disappointment, not want to talk about 6-on-5. I think he just didn't want to talk, period. And God bless him. They roll him out there. It's part of the job.
Yeah.
What can you say? And I think if you listen to Shen, most of you are saying, I don't know what to say. Like, what can you say? But there were moments there, like you get that empty netter. And I think Jamie Rivers, after the Buchnevich, where he just fired it down, Rivers said on TV, well, you never know. Like, I think he was thinking the same thing as everyone else and said, sometimes there could be a guy behind it. You don't know. You don't want to do something stupid, so you do the safe thing, which is just ice it. But if you skate it out of there, you're killing the clock, and maybe you get a good look at that net. I thought the Jets waited too long to pull the goalie. I was shocked. The later that game got, I said, man, at some point, you got no choice but to roll the dice. And it worked out for him. I was surprised. Monty and Arneal, there were some good snipes over the weekend. They obviously like each other. They're obviously friends. And you could tell that he even said in the postgame, Monty said, I wished him the best of luck in the next round. And he didn't seem to dislike Arneal, but it was funny on Friday. Bernie Federico was there during the morning skate, said something to Monty, and Monty goes, I don't know, I was in OR at the time, because he was the medical joke. They were sniping a bit, but I'm surprised that those two are actually on good terms. But that ending, even the handshake, I was just watching. How brutal is that? You got to line up and say, hey, good job, hey, good job, man, good job. That ranks right up there among the worst endings for a St. Louis sports fan.
Yeah, without a doubt. I thought the Blues couldn't have possibly played much better than they did in the first period.
Couldn't agree with you more.
They were really on top of their game, and I thought this might be another one of those 5-0 games.
I don't know if you remember 2016, they went to Dallas for a Game 7, and they beat the hell out of the Stars, and that's the direction it was trending.
And then about 4 or 5 minutes into the second period, it all changed. Winnipeg clicked into gear, and they really controlled the flow of the game most of the rest of the way. The Blues played dump and chase for much of the second and third period. They were content just to dump it in, change lines, and start playing defense again. And it caught up with them with 3 seconds left in the game.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. We want people to be able to vent throughout the course of the program. Chris Kerber will be with us at 8:15 on the Stiefel dossier. The numbers to call in, 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can text in 314-399-9646. And you are also welcome to participate in the YouTube chat. That's sponsored by Michelob Ultra, youtube.com/TMA STL. That is where you can gather with other TMA listeners and talk about the Blues loss in Game 7. That will be, as you can imagine, the entirety of today's program. So psychologically, that's not something you are wanting to hear. Come back tomorrow, Doug, and we'll play Slap and Tickle with you.
Okay.
Brad Thompson will be a brief respite in the 9 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. As Martin, I saw you were tweeting about it. The Birds are Youngry.
Doug will be mad again because the Cardinals won a series.
Yeah, who
They
cares?
only won the series. Doug's going to
won
be
2 games.
hopping. And I did. So we had both games on. Tim, in 2025, sometimes you can have more than one game on.
Wait.
So the Cardinals doubleheader was going and the Blues game was going. And McGreevy, friend of the show, was pitching well. And I made note of the fact he's pitching so well. Like, they'll probably send him back to Memphis today because every time he's great, he's got to go. There's no spot for him. And somebody responded, who gives a effing rip?
Hey.
Blues are on. I'm like, oh, really, sir? I didn't know they were on. Thanks.
I've only been the sports director for a quarter century.
Thanks for letting me know the Blues are playing. But two things can happen at once.
They can.
Yeah, Youngry made a great catch over the wall.
At Game Saver. So there it is. We want you to be able to vent. We're going to vent, and Chris Kerber is going to give us his thoughts. It's all coming your way. It's TMA. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor. They're online at brownandcrouppen.com. That's Ed Herman. That's Andy Crouppen. That's Terry Crouppen. They are local since 1979. 314-222-2222 or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. If you are in a position in which you need personal assistance from an attorney, personal injury lawyer, you are going to want to work with somebody who is local. That's Brown and Crouppen. 314-222-2222 or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. I can't, my laptop, the texts that are coming in, we might set an all-time record today. Okay. So we'll go into those. We'll take calls. We will go into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. It's all coming up. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Doug Billy Gilman has never been so perfect.
Hits home this morning, doesn't it? Yeah, this one stings. Leaves a mark.
You're welcome to sing your Billy Gilman song by calling in 314-974-0101, by talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, and by texting in 314-399-9646. Do you want to hear the game winner? Do you want to hear the game tire?
Oh, I guess. The game winner, maybe.
All right, I'm going to go with the game tire.
Oh,
that was a pretty good call by John Kelly. Are you saying on the...
Oh, I don't know. What do you have, Papers?
I have the TNT Kenny Albert call.
Oh, my gosh.
I haven't heard the TNT call.
Of the game tying goal.
I don't know if I necessarily... This one, I don't know if I want to hear.
He's going to go nuts.
But I'm going to go... Yeah, I know.
All right, here we go.
Because John Kelly on his call said, I don't believe it. And it's so true. You're a fan watching. I was thinking it was a great call because in the moment it was just like, are you kidding me? If you could swear on FanDuel, you would have said, I don't effing believe it.
Mm-hmm. It looked like at the time it came with 1.6 seconds left,
Yes.
but now they're saying 3 seconds left.
I've seen 2.2. I thought it was 2.2.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter.
1.6, then it became 2.2.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the 3.
I'm seeing 3 on ESPN.
I was on the air saying 1.6, then later I looked at the box. I was like, oh, who cares? I mean, it really doesn't matter.
All right, let's take a listen to the...
All right, here's the game winner.
Okay.
From Chris Kerber, friend of the show. From John Kelly, friend of the show.
Which one do you want?
Do you have both?
I have all of it. No, I don't have John Kelly. I have Curbs and I have TNT
friend
and
of the show.
Sportsnet, the Winnipeg State.
And Sportsnet. Oh, my goodness.
Well, which one do you want?
Curbs.
I'm doing TNT. Oh,
Curbs.
yeah, bless America. Okay, here we go.
Martin, the alliance is over.
Just played 3
I
card
didn't get
Monty
invited to
with
the
me.
Ozarks for the weekend.
All right, here's Curbs' goal.
Into the far corner, back to the blue line. Back to Neil Pionk. Traffic, they score! A deflected puck, and the season is over for the St. Louis Blues. The Winnipeg Jets win in double overtime with 3:50 to go, completing a miraculous comeback and ending a special St. Louis Blues season.
The seconds leading up to that game-winning goal, Kerber is saying the Blues are gassed, and they were. I realize for probably nearly everyone listening to the program this morning, it might all just be a rush of emotion, and then also it all blends together after the game-tying goal. But if you were dialed in and watching it, even though it came like a bullet to the brain, you could sense it was coming. They were so gassed. And again, unfortunately, it smarts even more because their opponent was playing with 5D for nearly all the game once Morrissey was out in the first period. And the Blues just could not clear the puck as that led to the Lowry deflection and the goal.
I kept watching the game screaming, shoot again. It still bothers me that the Blues are reluctant at times to shoot the puck. I couldn't believe Parayko didn't shoot it in the first period. I mean, he's 10 feet away from the goal. He had half a net to shoot at, and he passed it to Kyrou, who was able to chip it in. But my goodness, if you don't shoot at that point, Thomas had a chance to shoot. Also, I might have been the first overtime. I mean, he was 15, 20 feet away, right in front, and he passed to Kyrou and bounced over his stick. Shoot the puck.
Man, I think Fedorko intermission report one time said that. We got to shoot more. Thomas had a shot there. They didn't take. You're right. I think in general, I don't know if they're being too perfect, too picky, looking for that perfect shot, but how many times in the playoffs just put it on net?
Yeah.
Put it on. Somehow, you might not even have a clean shot, and those are the ones that go in.
Those are the game winners in
Yeah.
overtime. Those are the game winners. Very rarely in a Game 7 overtime winner do you see some kind of 2-on-1 rush. I mean, the play is so tight that that's just not going to happen. It is something, unfortunately, fluky. It was very fluky in 2019. it worked. Unfortunately, the Blues are on the other side of it. But, Martin, you were talking about the stats with Jim Montgomery. My goodness, boy, he's been on the other end of some heartbreakers.
Yeah, 3 of his 4 playoff exits have been in a Game 7. Now, last year, when everyone thought he was going to get fired in Boston, remember they won that first-round series, but only after blowing a 3-1 series lead. They came back, won a Game 7. But he's been on the receiving end, the Maroon game. He was the Dallas coach. So when he said in the postgame, well, they all hurt, he can speak to that experience because his playoff exits have been painful. 3 out of 4 have been in a Game 7. I just don't think Blues fans, I think most fans are just kind of bitter that it happened. I think very few will say, well, it was a fun ride, or they gave, because I think people
I have to tell you,
a lot of fans
I think that is,
are okay
I've actually
with it?
seen, I don't know, I don't know if this is surface level. I'm posting on social media, and so I'm going to say,
like, way to go, boys, kind of thing.
Not a way to go, boys, but if you would have told me in February, so I'll take this. I can't believe, like chastising fans for being upset. That's why I said in the first segment, if people are happy with where the direction is, God bless. I'm only speaking for myself. Sure as hell, I'm not going to tell people how to feel. But I've seen kind of more of that. Really? Martin, yeah.
They're like, hey, it was a year we weren't supposed to do anything. But I go back to Doug's premise when at the trade deadline, could you trade Bennington and get something back? Could you trade Shen? And Doug said, any time you have a chance, you just can't throw it away. You got a chance. And so now you're in this thing. I can't just mentally say, well, it was a good year. Once you're in that and you have a chance to take out the top seed, that was the best team in the NHL. So if you beat them, that means you got as good a chance as anybody. Would you beat Dallas? I don't know. But you beat the number 1 seed. I can't just walk away and say, well, we weren't supposed to be there. You were there. I can't say you weren't supposed to be there because you were there.
I share that with you. I also think a lot of people might actually feel that way, but part of the way to get through the depression is the coping mechanism of, oh, well, if you would have said in mid-February, you would have taken this, or, oh, well, they took the top team in the NHL to Game 7 in double overtime. And if that's how people get through, God bless. And like I said, hell, that's a hell of a lot easier, I suppose, to have that viewpoint. That's fine. I am more with you. You have the opportunity. That was a blown opportunity that will be talked about 2 decades from now. We still are talking about John Casey and Steve Yzerman. That was nearly 30 years ago. That's the way that it works. And to have it happen up 2 goals with 2 minutes left and to lose in overtime and give up a goal with 1.6, 2.2, 3 seconds, whatever the hell it was, that's absolutely gut-wrenching. But I think the way that some people either communicate or psychologically try to just get through things is to try to spin it. And, hey, God bless. If that works, that's fine. For me, I'm going to own my emotional pain, and I am not in a good place. I appreciate, if I were to take a step back, where they came from and where they are going. But in this moment, I can't celebrate it because they were up by 2 goals with 2 minutes left and about to be one of 8 teams left.
It'll be hard to ever match this for disappointing losses. The only way, I guess, is if this had been for the Stanley Cup Finals. When you're up by 2 with less than 2 minutes to go and you still find a way to lose, it doesn't get any more gut-wrenching than that.
You're sitting there watching Colorado blow a 2-goal lead on Saturday night and going, oh, my God, how brutal would that be? And then you're going, oh, it wasn't nearly as bad as up 2 with 2 minutes left. And again, the 6-on-5 had been a plague for the Blues, in particular in 2025. And I'm not talking about like the season. I'm talking about in the second half of the season. And we talked about it on the show. And some people are texting in who are just tuning in and saying, what bothered me was the way Montgomery handled the question about the 6-on-5. We talked about that in the opening segment. That was the only time in the postgame press conference where he got defensive, I guess, was when Jeremy Rutherford followed up asking about the 6-on-5. And he said, we're not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it anymore. But that got him. And there was some really poor execution, in particular with Buchnevich, with having the most golden opportunity to either just skate it out of the zone or to pass it ahead to an open Robert Thomas, who I think it's fair to say scores an empty netter more than 50% of the time. So it's gut-wrenching. It's absolutely brutal. And I can't spin it any other way.
In Montgomery's defense, he did reference in his statement at one point, he said, we got to be better at that. I got to do it. So he did talk about having a goal against with the goalie pulled, and then later said, I don't want to talk about it anymore. So he did acknowledge that it was an issue and that it had to be fixed, but then he didn't want to talk about it. And to JR's credit, it's a huge theme. He followed up on it.
He wrote a great column today.
And then Shen, same thing, because I don't really want to talk about it. And again, you don't want to talk about anything in that moment. It sucks. And the guys who talked, it was Shen, and Shen talked on the TV broadcast, and then in the room, Parayko talked in the room, and then Montgomery. Those three.
That's correct. Yeah.
Those three had to sort of wear it.
Here's another person talking from inside the room, Daddy Padre, Doug. So
he wasn't in the room. He was maybe in his bedroom.
This felt like such a pre-2019 franchise type of loss. Where you go, of course, the Blues would lose when Winnipeg plays with 5 D-men for basically 80 minutes without their best center and best D-man and a goalie who can't stop a beach ball. Feels a lot like John Casey, Justin Fontaine on Jake Allen in 2015, Owen Nolan, etc., where you will remember it. That's from Daddy Padre. And I don't know how that'll play with his teammates, but
not his teammates. This is certainly one we're going to remember. Speaking of the 5 defensemen, as I watched the game, I thought, does Neil Pionk ever leave the ice?
He was over 40 minutes.
He played more than 46 minutes.
The first time that happened in a playoff game since guest on Friday. Prongs. Yeah. Pronger and Al McInnes. Yeah.
Friend of the
He was out there for everything. And he played well. He had 3 assists, and he was a real difference maker for them.
The details do get a little foggy. Like, I just knew Owen Nolan scored a big goal from downtown Dogtown against Roman Turek.
Pay attention, Roman.
That goal made it 2-0 Sharks with 11 seconds left in the first period. So the stunning nature was, oh, my God, we're going to lay an egg at home in Game 7. It wasn't late in the game, but in my mind, I've always had Owen Nolan getting that goal and knowing it was devastating, but I had totally forgotten the circumstances. Not nearly as painful as a final second goal.
89 is horrible defensively, but time and time again, they put him out there in big spots. They thought so much of him, he played center for the first 15 games. He's no Mark Stone. And again, that's from a teammate of his, Danny Padre.
In the room, Doug. How do you address that if you're the coach?
Well, he can make comments like that because he hasn't been in the room for a few years and never really was part of the team. He was a fan.
Who knew the Jets would be better with no goalie than actually having Hellebuck in net?
Yeah.
That's from the St. Charles Illini.
Well, that's true. They were. They were +2 when he was out of the net.
The key was for him to be off the ice. Shots were 47-29. 47-29. Binnington makes 43 saves and has to eat it at the end.
And he was just so good. He was so darn good.
And the Jets, Martin, 47 shots. They had 2 in the first period. A combined 5 shots in the first period in games 6 and 7. And they had 2 in the first period, meaning they had 45 shots in the second, third, first overtime, and approximately the 16 minutes of the second overtime.
I will say I was stunned they didn't lose in overtime. The way that game ended, I thought you'd come out in overtime, and it's just inevitable that the Jets would win.
The Blues did not lose in the first overtime.
I was stunned that they didn't give up a goal in overtime. After that to their credit, they didn't fold up in that overtime. I mean, it was 36-plus minutes of hockey.
And had some chances.
Before overtime hockey, before it ended. But you look at the stat line, and in the end, you kind of go, okay, well, what happened? Bolduc was really quiet the whole series. But in the game, Robert Thomas had 1 shot on goal. Nathan Walker had 3. And that can't happen.
Boy, that line. How about that line? I mean, wow.
Walker had 9 hits in the game.
The WTF line, Martin, you coined it back in October. God almighty.
You probably got to keep Fox. Not that we're going to break down.
He's a UFA.
And you just love that line so much. I think you want to keep it in place. Walker is signed. I don't know if Sundqvist is. It doesn't matter. And he's part of the third line. But I think that's a line that it's part of their identity, they like to say.
What bothers me is that we won't have hockey games to look forward to now every other night for a couple of weeks. Because that's a lot of fun to sit and plan that out and watch the game. I watched from Helen Fitzgerald's on when was it, Friday night? I guess.
Do you have any wings?
I didn't have the wings. The place was packed. I had a salad.
Would you wash it down with some
Oh, everybody
grilled
goes to Ellen
chicken.
Fitzgerald and gets a salad.
And the food is great
It's
there.
Friday night. You're a grown-ass man. Eat some wings.
The place is packed, and everyone's having a great time reacting. I'm sure that went on all over town, and now that's over. I
It
don't
was
like
quite.
that.
I mean, that night too, and their home games. They've won 15 in a row. And I did hear Bernie Federico say, "Well, next year you begin with a 15-game winning streak on home ice." They do a great job presenting for the fans. Gruden did do the rally towel there. That was talked about on this friend of the show. The atmosphere, those home games, and I think what happens is you get fans to buy in. Like Blues fans, even that are diehards, started to think, "Hey, maybe we could make a run. Maybe we could." Just get hot.
We could have won this baby.
And they kind of buy in, and you want this run to continue. And then when it ends like that, because those games you're talking about watching, people going, it does sort of get the city on board. It felt bigger than a first round. And when you lose, I was like, oh, it's just a first-round series.
Right.
It felt bigger than that.
I agree with you. I thought, like I said, Jeremy Rutherford's column this morning on The Athletic is
What did he? I didn't read it. So what is it?
So here you go. It's not that was a great season. There's some exciting things because and listen, that's where I am. So that's why I like it. As I keep saying, ad nauseum here. How people feel about it or how they try to cope with it, that's up to them. But this is what he wrote, Martin. Only one outcome could have made the Blues feel the pain they did Sunday night. And it happened. They could have lost Game 7 to the Winnipeg Jets by 5 goals. The immediate reaction to the end of the 2024-2025 season would have been disappointing, but understandable. The Jets were the NHL's best team in the regular season, hosting the winner-take-all game in a series in which the home team had won all 6 games up to that point. Jim Montgomery's club could take the experience gained from its Western Conference first-round series back to St. Louis and know that the retool had been expedited exponentially. That will still be the case in the end. However, long after NHL careers of rookies Jimmy Snuggerud and Zach Bolduc are over, fans will still remember the year the Blues led Game 7 against the Jets by 2 goals with less than 2 minutes to play in regulation and beyond unfathomably fell 4-3 in double overtime. And that had happened because of an area of their game that was an Achilles heel all season, 6-on-5, will not be forgotten anytime soon either. That is the beginning of his column in The Athletic, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. I was sitting there with my 7-year-old son last night, and I said, no matter what happens when you and your buddies are talking about the Blues 20 years from now, this game will be talked about no matter what happens. The Blues win, the Blues lose, because I have lived through enough, as I would imagine every one of the people listening to this program have, to know when you are witnessing history in the moment. And that's what we were witnessing. Unfortunately, the Blues came up on the wrong side of it. You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. That is how you can text in. You can call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at DesignAirService.com. Doug, if there's one thing that we can hold on to, that I look at my phone and for the first time, and I have no idea how long, maybe last September, in the next 10 days, there is not any precipitation in the forecast.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, you got to be horse plowing me, actually. But that's the case.
So we had the wettest October, our wettest April ever.
That's right.
More rain than we've ever had in April.
Since, I believe, going back to 1893 is the last time comparable. So it is going to warm up, too. Today is the lowest high in the next 10 days of 61. Other than that, we start getting up into the 80s. Make sure your air conditioning is ready, and you go to DesignAirService.com and work with the company Martin works with, Doug works with, and I work with. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. The longest-running sponsor on TMA is Design Air Heating and Cooling. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night in double overtime against the Winnipeg Jets, and ending their 2025 season. We'll have Chris Kerber on at 8:15 to break it all down. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Darkness. Doug, is this from The Graduate?
It's Simon and Garfunkel. I think it was a big hit single.
Yeah, but The Graduate.
Okay, that too. Is this supposed to get us more depressed?
Just feel like it's kind of the mood.
Oh.
I think Jackson is dialed in right now, even though he was watching the Rockets lose to the Warriors.
Oh.
I want a Zarks review, but maybe that's more of a 1052 vehicle.
Yeah. It'll be referenced, I'm sure, in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, in which you can compete by emailing in morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and you are welcome to get involved. 314-399-9646. The text inbox might break a record today. 314-399-9646 is how you can text in. 314-974-0101 is how you can call in. And the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA. STL. It is going to be all Blues and Game 7 here on this program, minus Brad Thompson, who will join us coming up on the Stiefel dossier in the 9 o'clock hour. If psychologically you would like to watch me and Doug flirt like we usually do between 7 and 11, you're going to have to wait until tomorrow for that. And maybe we'll bring in some toys to make it a little more fun tomorrow. But today we're
like a G.I. Joe.
Yeah, that's
Slinky.
That's fun. That'd be fun, G.I. Joe.
What's your favorite toy, Doug? Etch-a-Sketch?
Football, I guess.
Football.
Something macho.
Wow, macho.
Tank.
Yeah, football or Soviet. Heads or tails. So if you want to sal in for the metaphorical winter of our discontent, feel free. And then we'll return to Slap and Tickle tomorrow. Jackson, we will take the calls. Chairman Kurt, we will take the calls, and we will read the text. Let's hear from Winnipeg head coach Scott Arniel on his back and forth with Jim Montgomery and the caliber of the series, as he was in. It looked like he was on the verge of tears when that goal went in, as he embraced his assistant coaches. Here's the Jets head coach on Jim Montgomery.
I tip my hat to Monty, what he's done since he's got there. They without a doubt were one of the best teams in the league there since Four Nations, and they're hard to play against. And I'm really not happy that they're in the Central Division, but that's our division, and I can't credit Monty enough. He, as we said there, we made adjustments, and then all of a sudden it was that chess match. They did something, and we had to try to find the answer to that, and that's what it was the whole series. And you know what? Two buildings. Our building obviously was absolutely amazing. Absolutely how loud it was. It was loud in St. Louis as well. But that was one for the ages.
It was a classic series before Game 7. Then you throw the Game 7 on there, and that's an all-timer. It really is. Unfortunately, we won't be discussing it around here too often, but. I thought that going into Game 6, as a matter of fact. And I know that the Blues wins weren't necessarily close going into Game 6, and then the Game 6 win was not close either. But as far as the intensity, as far as the hitting, as far as what he made reference to there, the chess match between the two coaches, I thought that was one that, even though it's brutal right now, I could appreciate the caliber of the play.
I'd say Hellebuck is Brad Lidge. You were terrible at times, but your team wins that series. And they had to pull him again on Friday, and I think Scott Arniel was trying to decide what to do. They scored 3 goals in just over 2 minutes on Friday night. They scored 4 goals in the second period, and you had to pull him. But I think he didn't want to have Connor skate off in front of that crowd, so they did it at the intermission. He didn't come back out for the third period. So 3 games in St. Louis, he got the hook. And that's the guy who's going to go and win the cup. I don't know. Maybe he's over the hump with this series win, but I think he was vulnerable again last night, needed more shots. You had him on the ropes for sure. The Matthew Joseph goal, Bernie was almost laughing about it. It was crazy. And so you had this goalie who was beatable. And what's our clip? You let him off the hook.
Let him
What's
off.
our clip?
I was hoping if the Blues won, it wouldn't be because Hellebuck was bad. I
agree.
I was hoping someone on the Blues would make a really great play so the narrative wasn't, well, you only won because the goalie was bad. And I hate to see somebody have a mental breakdown like that because he blew the season for his team. But that didn't happen. He was actually pretty good in the second half of the game.
Doug, here's your alternate text from the Dogtown Astrovan. Timmy says, and this is why you shouldn't have fired Bannister. That's the only one that I've seen going back to that move as backfiring.
I don't know what this is in reference to, Martin. I think this gentleman's on your Mount Rushmore of least favorite texters. You have a little overlap with Jackson's Mount Rushmore. It's Steven time.
This might be a growing list.
You're going to expand from 4. The media scrum with Shen after the game should embarrass anyone that's ever asked questions after a game. That's from Steven time. I listened to Chris Kerber's podcast. Chris Kerber's going to be with us here in 25 minutes. And I saw Jamie Rivers and John Kelly interview Braden Shen. But as far as the scrum, as we call it, I didn't hear the questions. I'm not sure what the reference is to.
We might have to cue it up. I know that he didn't want to talk about the 6-on-5. I don't remember the question specifically.
It's not so easy to come up with a good question at that time. You don't want to be a jerk and say, you lost. Why? But you don't want to be that guy.
You lost.
Yeah.
Why? Or you just say, congratulations.
Yeah.
And they say, well, we lost.
I mean, the guy's obviously hurting. He's nice enough to stand there and talk to you. So you don't want to badger him. It's not that easy to come up with a good question at that point.
I have to tell you, I share your viewpoint in lockstep. You got a guy, and you essentially just want to let him talk, but you got to say something to get him going.
Yeah.
So Jamie Rivers and John Kelly were in a brutal spot with Braden Shen. He's clearly gutted. And for those of you who did watch that conversation following the loss, Shen just goes, after the third question, in the middle of his answer, he goes, I'm sorry, guys. I lost my train of thought. I'm just, he was clearly just devastated, and understandably so.
Not to mention exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the other part of it. You're in the room. You can't move.
Yeah.
Because you're exhausted. Hey, anybody want to come talk to the fellows real quick?
We just want them to talk in 10 to 15-second sound bites and say things that are really emotional, only we don't know how to come up with a question that gets that.
Well, I think, and what Shen said, his opening comment was, it just sucks. It just sucks. And he's like, you're up to less than 2 minutes to go. We played 58 minutes of great hockey. I mean, what he said more or less summed it up.
Yeah, probably the low point of his professional career right at that minute. And you'd like him to pour his heart out to you, and you don't really have a great question to get that started.
This choke job will become their identity. Every loss from now on where they were leading will get referred back to last night. That is from the 314.
Well, certainly one that everyone in Winnipeg will remember right where they were. That's got to be the highlight of the Winnipeg sports history for probably any sport.
Well, they had never hosted a Game 7, whether it be the franchise that is now in Utah with a stop in Phoenix, or this version of the Jets. And I was saying this to my wife and my son who was watching it with us last night. I said, this building is silent. That's the third period, made that observation. The building is silent, and the Blues were in control. And then the final 2 minutes occurred, and now it lives in infamy locally and forever in sports history in Manitoba.
Yeah. I would argue that Doug Armstrong would tell you right now, I don't want to talk about the future. I don't want to talk about the steps we took. I'm not interested in that in this moment.
Tom Stillman, Doug Armstrong, Steen, Montgomery, across the board. I agree with. We're on the same page on this. Yeah, if that's how people feel, then that's how they feel. Good for them. But I'm not there, and I don't think they'd be there either, Martin.
Yeah, and I get when a season ends, you have to sort of summarize or put it in perspective. But I think most fans are still, it's pretty fresh. Wasn't that long ago that game ended. We had poor Cam Jansen live from his house last night, and the expectation is the game would end, win or lose, by about 8:45 or so. And then my colleague Kevin Ryans is out there, and they're going to do a quick hit at 9, Doug. And boy, when it was 3-1, we said, okay, do you do a little reaction. We'll come back for a little bit more. And we end up going to him like 2 or 3 times, like, dude, this is brutal, dude. It's still. So we ended up doing TV of Cam watching TV. And he's like, oh, man, Martin, I'm going to kill you for this. Oh, my God, they just took a shot. And I'm in the studio not seeing the game at this point. So we basically just had Cam doing a little play-by-play.
Probably pretty good, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great.
That was good entertainment.
It was, because he really, I would say in that moment, he was the face of the fan. He was and he was stressed. You know, Cam sweats a lot anyway.
Yes, he does.
He was stressed out. So I'd be like, all right, we'll check back with you in a little bit. Oh, man, it's still going. It's double overtime. Are you kidding me? Best laid plans.
I took Tim's advice with emotional risk management. I put $500 on Winnipeg to win the game outright. I would have been more than willing to pay the $500 for the Blues win. That is from the 636. Doug, I know you are anti-emotional risk management. For the record, Martin, I'm not sure if we've discussed emotional risk management since you have rejoined the program. Emotional risk management is a phrase I use for if there is a game I am emotionally leveraged on, I will bet the team that the team I'm polling for is playing. So in the case of last night, that would be betting the Winnipeg Jets. I recall betting the San Francisco Giants, live betting them during the Michael Wacha reappearance after 40 days away in 2014. But last night, it was a tough spot for emotional risk management because Winnipeg started going into the game at minus 150, meaning you had to bet 150 to win 100. By the time the puck dropped, it was minus 180. So you're really putting a premium on there. You're essentially having to put down 200 to win 100. So the whole plan I had was I will put down money. I just need the Blues to score first. And they did. So a bullet was fired at that point, Doug. And I got them at plus money, plus 220. Then the Blues got up more. I fired another bullet at plus 375. And then in the third period, the Jets were plus 1,100. I also got them at plus 600. So I had 4 different bets on the Jets. It was one of my larger scores from a gambling standpoint, and I have to tell you, I would give it back.
It's dirty money, Tim.
In a heartbeat. Mm-hmm. I've never won that much and been that upset about the win. It's so I have to tell you, coming out on the other side of it, even with a nice size score, it still does not make it feel.
Doesn't help.
It does not. It does not. I couldn't even bet it on the site that I use in the final few minutes of the third period. They turned off the bets. And then, alas, because I probably would have fired one knowing the Blues 6-on-5 issues. I knew what was coming, and I would have figured the Jets would have been like plus 5,000, something like that, probably plus 2,500.
Just give me that little pile, Timmy. I'll hold on to it, and then I'll buy a couple of gift cards. Just give me the pile. I'll do something real nice with it. Real nice. Check back a couple of years, let you know. I'll let
it's
it grow.
going to appreciate.
Yeah, check back. I may not be in town anymore.
Tim, I did the same thing. Winnipeg at minus 155. I didn't bet any Winnipeg when they were minus. I didn't bet anything until the Blues scored, and that's when I started betting it because I was getting plus money on my return. This game easily took 1.6 years off my life. That's very specific.
1.6.
Might want to reset it. I think it was 2.2
or 3. Yeah, you got to check. My heart is crushed. What a roller coaster ride. And then it went off the track. That is from the 314. Can I get my text name changed to Jackson's Jet Pilot? Thanks. That's from the 314. Jackson returns.
Oh, that's right. Are we still doing this?
And you're in name change mode here for what? How many more days can people get their name if they're just the 314, 636, 618? Whatever. How long will you be doing that, Jackson?
Until Friday at 11 a.m.
How about that?
Friday right at 11.
Maybe it'll make you feel better. Change your name. Freshen it up a little bit.
Easy.
Well, like Steven Time, Mr. Setters,
No,
just new names.
I need to remember.
You need to know who they are.
I can't lose track of those guys.
Tim from the 314 unnamed says, I want to say I'm okay with the loss. Dallas would have pummeled us in 4.
So
we don't know that.
I told you boys during the commercial break, I said my analogy, and I actually was texting with some friends on Saturday night about it, watching Dallas and Colorado play. And I want to include this, knowing that my opinion is Jordan Kyrou is not healthy. You'll find that out, I think, within the next 48 hours. My opinion was Dylan Holloway was never going to play this postseason. I believe you're going to be finding that out within the next 48 hours. And then watching Colorado and Dallas play, believing that Dallas was going to get some of their players back in the second round. Either way, watching those two teams play, it was the analogy would be being a Missouri football fan and then watching Georgia and Alabama play and going, oh boy, that's going to be a tough one there. Certainly you got to hope, because who would have really thought the Blues would be in the position they were in? But those two teams look like they were playing at a different level than at this particular moment the Blues were, with their, one of their top forwards out, another one of their top forwards, compromised, I think, going back to the Stanley hit. He likes to pick on Kyrou and Snuggerud because he's a tough guy, and then he's a healthy scratch. I can't wait to see who he picks on against Dallas if he gets to play. But those two teams look like they were playing at a different level. But you know what? Here's a Blues team that went on a winning streak without, at the time, their MVP, Colton Parayko. Here's a Blues team that took the President's Trophy winner to Game 7 without one of their best scorers in Dylan Holloway. So, to doubt them would have been a complete misguided opinion, I think. Even if I'm sitting there looking at Dallas and Colorado going, boy, these two teams are playing at a different level than the Blues are at this moment, and the Jets, for that matter.
Sometimes you look at a roster without a real superstar or two, and I don't think the Blues really have a superstar unless it's Binnington, and you think this isn't a team that's going to be a Stanley Cup threat, and yet somehow it works. And this roster works, or it has, certainly over the last 2 months. You don't string together 12 straight wins without being able to beat anybody in the league. And you look at players like Nathan Walker, you wouldn't think that this is going to be a difference-making player, but he certainly was in this series. He might have been the best player the Blues had. He was right up there with him. He was terrific. We've seen that with the Cardinals. Sometimes it's not the best teams you put together that go all the way. So if you can just stay in it, and by God, if they could have just stayed hot a little bit longer, they could have won the baby.
You're still in a division next year with Dallas, Colorado, and Winnipeg and Minnesota. It's just brutal, the division. I did hear Fedorka say this is a bigger rivalry moving forward, Winnipeg, and that does seem to happen when you have a playoff series that elevates everything. So now every time you play Winnipeg next year, the year after, you kind of dislike them a little more. You're more into their roster. I agree with that. Now, every time it's a Blues-Jets game, it's going to feel a little different. For the next couple of years. Tim, Dirty Chewbacca wants to know why we're not discussing the Battlehawks, okay? And I don't know if that's sarcasm.
Doug wanted to talk about it.
Is that sarcasm? It might be.
12-6 win. Even when you lose games like this, big picture thought here, even when you lose a heartbreaking game like this, it's still the reason why we love sports so much, because you never know when you're going to see something you've never seen before. You can't beat live entertainment like this. This time it went against us. The next time it might go for us. This is what brings us back, is because even with just a couple seconds left to go, you still don't know what's going to happen. It hurts when you're on the losing side of it, but that's why we love this stuff so much. That's why I love it anyway.
I agree. Iggy's great brother would like to have a tickle fight penciled in. Maybe just one. He said maybe just one penciled in.
You want a pencil and a tickle fight with Iggy's great brother?
Well, he said it's Monday after all. Can we just pencil in one tickle fight? They're just begging the dossier to have a little bit of wackiness.
Jackson, do you have that in the Stiefel dossier?
I'm pretty ticklish, to be honest with you.
We're about
right. Shut up, Doug! That's 314. Doug, your positive thoughts.
I was about to slow clap.
That's what it was met with.
You can't have that thought.
Doug's take was that we like sports, and he needs to shut up.
And even when it's bad, it had us on the edge of our seats. For how many hours? 4 hours. Where else do you get that kind of entertainment?
I'm with you, Doug.
That moves you to that point.
100%.
You got Chief against Matthew Tkachuk, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Like to see.
I think I'm pulling for Toronto now.
Kind of, and I love the Tkachuks. I love Matthew. He did win one last year. I kind of want to see if Chief does it in Toronto, what that would be like. Don't tell Walt.
That's who I'm rooting for.
I was watching them win and saw him. Remember Mike Yeo? He was the head coach of the team the year they won the Stanley Cup when the year started. And Berube's shaking hands with the Senators, and I'm like, there's Mike Yeo. He's an assistant on the Senators. And it was just, I think Mike Yeo wanted a little more than Berube gave him in return. I mean, it's kind of a cuck sitch.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah. Knowing Chief, he'd be like, yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
How you doing?
He did spend a lot of time with David Perron, who had a goal in that season-ending loss for the Senators. But he didn't have the time to talk it over with his former boss, Mike Yeo, following that one. So I don't think necessarily he views it the same way that perhaps Mike Yeo, whose career, I mean, he was the up-and-coming guy.
The heir apparent to Hitz, which I didn't really like that move by Army at the time, that we got this Mike Yeo sitting here waiting to replace a Hall of Fame caliber coach. I didn't think that was necessary.
Right.
Davis Payne's on the Jet staff. These guys just appear.
Davis Payne, thank you.
They're everywhere. They just reappear.
Martin, you may not remember that. Tim wrote a note to himself, or somebody wrote a note to Tim
Joe.
that this was one of our guests tonight, and scribbled the first word kind of got scribbled to look like hair. And so Tim announced that coming up, Hair Davis Payne would be our guest.
Well, he was the
Poor
heir
young
to
guy
Andy
loses his
Murray.
hair, and we're here calling him Hair Davis.
Why? What was intended by the word hair? What was it supposed
I don't know where he was going with that.
Is he saying he's here? He's here now.
If you are in this spot, no matter what the circumstances, there is no tomorrow. Next year, experience, learning how to win in the playoffs, etc. The Blues had a 2-goal lead and crapped the bed. There is not one good thing that came out of last night. Sports is right now because there are no guarantees you'll get back there. Choke. And I knew it was coming, like everyone else that has suffered over the years with Blues hockey. That is from the Warson Woods Wacko. Doug, he has the opposite perspective you have.
Some of what he said was true, but the fact that he knew it was coming was not true. No one could have seen this coming.
That's what you said is what Mike Shannon would always say. After 50 years, like, Mike, what keeps you going? Well, you never know what you're going to see. And it's true, whether it's a Tuesday, a Saturday.
What other television event could keep you riveted to the screen for 4.5 hours, afraid to move, afraid to change positions because it was going to affect what happened on the game somehow? It's really kind of amazing the impact that it has on our lives sometimes, if you're into this.
I actually have to tell you, while I was watching that game, in the second overtime in perspective, I'm like, this has no impact on my life, and yet it feels like my entire life is hinging on it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to win a bunch of money if the Blues lose. It was a really weird spot to be in.
And you have zero control over, but yet you feel like watching it like, oh, my God, what's next here? And you have no control over it.
After watching that game last night, we now know how Libby Jack feels when he watches a regular season Chicago Sky versus Washington Mystics game. You're very invested. That's from Eric in the Central West End. I had no idea that you were there.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett, welcome.
If I have to be the lightning rod for your pain this morning, so be it.
Look at that. You say you want Eric in the Central West End to vent on you.
Yeah, feed me your hate.
It's not your fault, Jackson.
And
it's not your fault.
Hockey is so much more intent than all the other sports because you have to just watch second by second.
Yeah.
They can go up and down the ice and score in the matter of about a second and a half.
And you'll miss it.
Yeah. Basketball may be somewhat close, but baseball and football can't come close to that kind of intensity. You get a few moments to catch your breath. Hockey, it's every touch of the puck. You go, oh no.
I was thinking of this Berube thought. The Blues are in, I forget the city, but the opponent has a kid that he likes the Blues. He's somehow connected to St. Louis. He stops by to say hi to Chief, but he has a hat on backwards, kind of that Dan Quinn, like whatever. The young kids that do it, and like baggy clothes or whatever. And I guess Chief's like, hey, what's up? How you doing? Whatever. Oh, yeah, good to see you. And they said he gets like 10 feet away, and Chief goes, loser. He did not approve of the kid's wardrobe. Oh, I missed that.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is listening, Doug. She really wants to be on The Real Housewives of TMA. And now that the Blues season's over, I imagine that'll be expedited. He says, hey, Wacko, aren't you not from these parts? Don't you belong to a club near I-44? Get out of here! You probably never even heard of the Maypole, you ass. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, and she's not happy with the Warson Woods Wacko's text.
So you're no good if you belong to a country club that's close to Highway 44. Is that what we got on that text?
And that if you don't know what the Maypole is.
Okay.
Tim, it was a rough Friday without you here. Mr. Licks was not.
Oh, sorry. He wasn't doing well?
Yeah.
He wasn't doing well. Well, little Jackie Papers was down in the lake.
Yeah, I wasn't here either.
No. Well, I'm saying for Mr. Licks, it was personally painful.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, there was no Jackie, no Tim, so we said, let's just have Chris Pronger call it. I went to bed, Tim, Thursday night at like 9:30, which I never do. And before I went to bed, I realized Pronger hadn't responded because he said, sure, what time, what, and then we didn't clarify. So my last text to him was like, hey, numbskull, what's the plan or whatever? He wrote me back at like 10:30. Well, Martine, I've been traveling, so I woke up realizing nothing was decided.
Nothing established.
Yet there he was, the Hall of Famer at 7:30, stepping in for you. Our captain was out, Doug, so we brought in the other captain, Chris Pronger.
I had been up
the heat
all night, and I can't tell you how much I was just like, if I come in, it's going to, I'm like, do I get you guys sick? Do I come on the air? And I hadn't slept, and I'm just like, this is going to be a disaster. But it's the morning of Game 6. It was not a pleasant situation. But I tip my cap to you boys for getting Prongs and Andy Strickland and Joey Vitale. And you guys I saw in their group text, he talked about birds or something.
A lot of chicken talk.
Chickens.
For a Game 6 preview.
Got attacked, too.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
He texted me a picture of his bird was attacked, and it was his son's fault. And then people were mad because me and Doug, we didn't really know the story after the fact. And they said, pay attention. I said, to be honest with Joey, sometimes I drift off. So I didn't know all the details. I said, I'm calling his segment Spittin' Chickens because we talked about everything but.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, we're like, yeah, Game 6 tonight.
But his kid got the cockatiel out of the cage, apparently, and one of the dogs attacked the cockatiel, who's left with only one feather.
One feather's left. Wow.
I think that's what he said. I think that's basically the story.
May have been a PETA situation developing on the phone call.
Well, let me tell you something. Joey Vitale on the Curbside podcast, he echoed where I think me and Martin in particular are on last night. He sounded like, number one, stunned. Number two, beyond disappointed. And number three, he was in a no-spin mode, which I personally appreciated, being that's where I am at the moment. You could just tell he was just like, holy crap, how did this happen? You will remember this moment if you are on that team, and even some fans, for the rest of your lives. And that it's a brutal spot to be in. You will remember it the rest of your lives. There is nothing worse than missed opportunity. Chris Kerber will be joining us coming up in a matter of moments on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. The program's called The Morning After. It's on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Hey, Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. May is officially the kickoff to home improvement season. The weather is warming up. Memorial Day right around the corner. Now is the time to tackle those big projects you've been putting off, whether it's drafty old windows or a worn-out front door. Universal Windows Direct has the ultimate offer to get your home ready for summer and beyond. Right now, during their home improvement season sale, you'll get an incredible 50% off your windows. Yes, half off. You heard that right. You can upgrade your home with beautiful, energy-efficient windows for half the cost. That's right. Why wait? There is no better time than home improvement season to give your home the upgrade it deserves. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. This May, celebrate comfort, curb appeal, and serious savings with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Hey, Classic Air Care is there for you, and this is what I want you to try to remember. If something goes wrong with your air conditioner over the course of this spring or into the summer, remember the folks at Classic Air Care are there for you. They've got a 4.8 Google rating. That means when you read the reviews and you hear all the different people talk about the great service for all the different repairs that are needed, you're going to get that kind of service as well. Now, they've been out to my house twice. They took care of the unit in the fall to get it ready. We had no issues throughout the winter, and I had them do it in the spring as well to make sure the air conditioner is ready to go. If you want to set up a maintenance appointment, you can do so at ClassicAirCare.com. They've got maintenance agreements that make sure it's out of sight, out of mind for you. You get discounts. You also get priority when it comes to scheduling. But if at some point in time you go to turn that air conditioner on or off, or something doesn't go right, or it just doesn't sound right, these are the people to call with local technicians that have been around for a long time, some of them as many as 40 years of experience working on all the different units. So hopefully nothing goes wrong, but if it does, go online to ClassicAirCare.com. They've got same-day appointments, so you can even call them, set up an appointment that way. It's Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can join in the conversation with Uncle Leonard. Doug, he's in there.
Oh, I remember the appliance salesman.
Yeah, he's in there talking it over with the TMA remote lamp, Bill's holes, and John Scores, and Ken Iggy Strode is in there talking it over with Longshanks, who, of course, was the king, who was sideways with Braveheart in 1995's. Best Picture winner. So you can go in there and talk it over with those fine folks in Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. But here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, we're going to talk it over with Chris Kerber, who is kind enough to join us after being on the call of what won't be viewed this way locally, but nationally, a classic last night in Winnipeg. Kerbs, good morning. I'm not doing well. Take it from here.
To be honest with you, Tim, I am not sure where to go and how on that one. I mean, there's so many different, there's so many different angles, but I just, when Joe and I tried to break it down after the game last night, I think part of you is naturally going to look ahead to a lot of the positive things. But I don't know that you're being fair to yourself as a fan. And I'm included in that fandom, by the way, all right? And obviously in a big way. But that one goes down as one of the all-time stingers in terms of St. Louis Blues games. It clearly, it's a disappointing result for the Blues, who had a 2-goal lead with 2 minutes to go in a Game 7. I think we now know what it means to be Texas Rangers fans. But I'll tell you, that one's hard to get past. And I think it's okay to be frustrated, a little angry if you're a Blues fan, and with the way it ended, and just let that emotion play out. But that, to me, is some of the joy of sports. And then eventually you kind of look ahead, and you look back at this, what was an amazing season. You look ahead to the positivity. But in the moment, I don't know that you can look at that individual game in any other way other than exciting, yes. An all-time classic it will be for the National Hockey League, and when those happen, there has to be a loser. In this case, it's the Blues. But frustrating one last night for sure. They controlled all the game, and the thing that got them is something that, of all the different things that were fixed, it's the one thing that was never really fixed, and that was the 6-on-5 situation, or really the penalty kill. At times it was better, at times it was looking good in terms of the penalty kill, but in the end, the penalty kill cost you a goal last night, and then the 6-on-5 situation, they gave up the most 6-on-5 goals of any other team in the league. When the Blues had 5, the other team had 6, and man, that was crazy. The bounces were awful, but that one's going to sting for a little while, Tim. I don't know how else to put that to you.
And Curbs, I
got plenty of breakdown for the other stuff, but just in the moment, that game itself, that opportunity, that stings a bit, you bet.
And Curbs, didn't you think, again, that Hellebuck was there for the taking, that you could do more against him? And I don't know if it was just Winnipeg shutting the Blues down. What was your vantage point there, where the shots just sort of evaporated for the Blues, became totally tilted in the Jets' direction in terms of total shots? What do you think happened there? I didn't sense the Blues were sitting on the lead, but what was your view of that?
I did not either, and then you look up and you're like, wow, only 4 shots in the third period? Which, by the way, we had seen in every other one of those games up there, right?
Yeah.
So it didn't have that same feel as the other ones did. Maybe because you're sitting on a 2-goal lead, but yeah, look, I think they had. Listen, look, that series was there for the taking, guys. Connor Hellebuck was really no good throughout the series. You did an amazing job knocking out Mark Scheifele with the physicality. You took out their best defenseman, right? I mean, yeah, you had 2 key injuries as well. Holloway didn't play, and Tyler Tucker got hurt during the thing. That proved to be big. But to me, that series was there for the take. I thought Joe put it best when he said, if you look at it, like, not very often are you going to go a number 8 seed. Probably disappointed, like when you're trying to take down a President's Trophy team. The opportunity was there to do it, and it just didn't happen. And it's one of those series, the guys, it's going to take you a little while to dissect it, because you look at some of the numbers, you look at some of the great stuff that happened, and you look at some of the bad stuff that happened, and you scratch your head there. And that's, that's the frustrating. I had a buddy of mine put it this way: disappointing, not disheartening. And I thought that's a great way to put it. You can spin it and look at the fact that you took the President's Trophy team to double overtime Game 7. You can look at it that way. And you could also sit there and go, yeah, but in that individual moment, you had that opportunity. But they couldn't get, they couldn't get that extra goal to put it away. There were individual plays, if you break that. And I'm just going to stay on the game for a moment, okay? I'm not putting the big picture of the season yet for you there, right? But just the game in the moment, right? It's 6-on-5. You slap the puck down towards the empty net with all the might you could. It misses the empty net. If it goes in, game's over. But instead of a kind of a more gentle player that takes some more seconds off the clock, right, it was sent down the ice with just a lot of heat. There's things like that. 14 seconds to go. You're not able to eat the puck in the corner, and you've got 2 of your best players on the team getting to it. And this is where you give the big body of Dave Lowry some credit, right? Ehlers whiffs on it. There was some awful puck luck that goes along in that process as well. That had happened there. There was a power play chance. The Blues power play was fascinating in this series. 6 for 13 to start the series, then goes 0 for 2 for the last 2 of Game 3. And doesn't get a power play goal the rest of the way, right? The Jets only had 2 power play goals in the first couple games, but then managed to chip away, and that was a big power play goal by Perfetti in the game last night. But there's little things in there that individually in the game happen, but right down to the end, you had a moment, and it just didn't quite work.
And when you talk about 6-on-5, I know the one play was Buchnevich shooting instead of passing to Thomas. Is there anything else that you see that they're not doing that they should be doing on 6-on-5?
You know what? That one's hard. I remember asking Jim Montgomery a couple months ago. But I remember there were 2 or 3 games where the Blues had, prior to the 12-game win streak, where the Blues had given up some goals that way. And
that Winnipeg game, Curbs.
Yeah, that's right. And I asked Jim Montgomery about it, and I said, is it a concern? He says, yeah, it's a fair thing to ask. It's something that we have to continue to work on. But then at the same time, guys, it's just hard to break down. I mean, look, anytime the Winnipeg Jets, and when I say it's hard to break down, here's what I mean. Anytime the Winnipeg Jets, even in the regular season, they get that puck out of the corner, their play is simple. Low to high, two guys crash to the front of the net, put the puck in. You look at the one shot on that first 6-on-5 goal, this thing's going wide. It goes off the top of the glove of Suter and deflects in, right? Bennington's tracking the puck as he should of that thing going wide, right? Then you look at the last one, and then just a couple of breakdowns, the unclear, and then, I mean, Ehlers eventually makes a terrific play over to Kyle Connor again, who finds Perfetti. I mean, Kyle Connor just had a hell of a series for Winnipeg. He carried that team, once Scheifele was knocked out. He was fantastic. And so, yeah, I think structurally there's got to be something to it because the Blues gave up a lot of goals that way this season, Doug. But then the bouncing part of it, I scratch my head and go, and I'm going, I have no idea how to break that one down. You know, go back a game ago. Now, this wasn't 6-on-5, but shot comes from the point for Winnipeg. It goes off the rear end of Colton Parayko, right? 2 games ago. Like to me, I don't know how to sometimes break down puck luck. It just bounces, right? And the bounces went the way there for Winnipeg.
I guess the only lesson is there to shoot it. When you have a chance, shoot it. And the Blues passed up a few shots last night, too, I thought.
Yeah, you know what? I thought they did, too. Even once they had a 2-0 lead, I thought there were opportunities to shoot it. And, a couple of passes eventually get tipped by Winnipeg and go in there. I think you probably would have liked to see more of those shots taken, especially with the way Hellenbuck was shaky again, right up to the very, end. He was good in the third period and in the 2 overtimes. But prior to that, I mean, you might have had a chance to chase them again. But that's the game. I mean, it's just sometimes they go your way and sometimes they don't. That one just sits different.
Yeah, and it will remain in any Blues fan's memory who was able to watch it last night, and that's unfortunate. We were talking a little bit about 1996 and Yzerman and Casey, and that's nearly 3 decades, and it still stings. And that's the way that this one is going to. As well. I'm curious, and I realized that
real quick. I was watching that. I was working down at Birmingham, Alabama. Phil Roberto, who just passed away, one of the great people in hockey that I got to know. Phil Roberto was our head coach. I'm down in Birmingham, Alabama, and I'm trying to find a bar and a place that had that hockey game on. Right, that game against Detroit on was tough. We eventually found it. Myself and the guy that was doing our PR found it. We had to convince the owner to just let us sit at the bar while he had the bar stools up and sweeping the floor. We even offered to help sweep the floor so we could stay and watch that game. It has that heartbreaking feel to it, but there's a difference. So let me take it, if you don't mind, to this direction. As an individual game, that one stings as good as anyone that's going to be there, right? As a series, I'm going to put that Yzerman series, probably ahead of this one. I think the series where the Blues thought in the early 80s when they had the best team and got eliminated in the first round, and even that President's Trophy winning season when San Jose beat you. Like, to me, you can rank those series differently, as a whole. But
you're talking about because that team, the 96's team and 2000's team, the caliber of potential to run deep. Is that what you're making reference to?
Those teams you were expected to challenge for a Stanley Cup.
Yes, I get you. I get it. And I agree with you. Yeah. Right? Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Okay. This team was not at that level yet and still nearly did something pretty special to it. That's why I separate this series from those series.
Got it. And I think everybody listening would agree with it as far as ranking the teams. I'm curious, you get a chance to be around the guys, and I also realize there is a code, and I'm never going to ask anybody to break that code. But anything that you got a chance that you would be comfortable with sharing that you saw or talked with following the game, it's a tough spot. Doug made reference to this for anybody asking questions of guys on air after something like that. John Kelly and Jamie Rivers had that assignment. Not easy. And then, of course, the post game with Colton Parayko, Jim Montgomery, and Braden Shen also tended to that. Did you see or hear anything as far as reaction from players, staff that you'd be comfortable sharing with the audience, Curbs?
Yeah, you know what? Let me ask you a question, if you don't mind. Let's start with this one for you.
Sure.
You've listened. I mean, you download our podcast, which I appreciate a ton. You listen to it. You listen to our wrap-ups, right? Is it like when we break down a game, right? Or when I've been on the air with you guys, right? Have I if we never not just been real straight and honest? Like if it's a bad play, do we call something a bad play?
That's if I thought I was going to get Doug, what's the right term? Somebody using their hand on me?
Oh, that's not it.
I think that's exactly what I was looking for.
I'm going to give you the back of my hand, son.
I would have zero interest in listening. It's the fact that I know that it's going to be honest, and you're going to call a ball, and a strike. That's why I listen to it.
So I mean, I had fans kind of tweeting and chirping yesterday, like, it's the same old, make excuses, whatever, from the media, that kind of stuff. And I'm sitting there going, did you even listen? I said the same thing I said this morning, but I'm like, do you even listen? And the reason I bring that up is we tell it like it is. Now, but here's the reality. If you're a Blues fan, you're frustrated, you're mad at the outcome of that game, I totally understand the emotion. And you know what? I love that emotion. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. You should have it. That's the way. That's the part of being a fan. It's the highs and the lows together, but you're doing it together, right? To me, that's the fan. And trust us, we're fans too. I mean, that one stung and hurt everybody, as it did. Was shocked the way that thing turned out, right? But if you're tuning in to listen to me or Joe, call a group of players that you watch, and you watch what they do all season long to try to get to a point, and you want us to see them, challenge their heritage, to tell them how their parents were at prom and all that other stuff. Forget it, right? That's not the job. My job is to bring you the facts, bring you the perspective of being around the team on a daily basis, seeing things, talking to players that fans don't get to do, asking questions, coaches, that kind of stuff. Then everybody else can make their opinion based on that. Now, I will give you my opinion when I say it. And the reason I bring that up on your question, because if people are looking to me to go, this guy is awful, this guy sucks, this guy's a choker, that kind of stuff, right? It's just not true. It's not accurate in this case. Look, in this case, yeah, you coughed up a 2-goal lead with 2 minutes to go. It's awful, right? But at the same time, sometimes in sports, I accept the fact that happens. If people don't like it, I really don't give a crap, right? But the reality of it is, for me, when it comes to looking at that team, I can tell you that I saw it in guys' faces. I saw the disappointment. I saw the pain. You're on that plane and you're looking at guys and they're staring into space, and then eventually they kind of gathered at one point, around Shen, where, the captain was, and Shen and Neighbors, and there's about 8 or 9 guys. And you can see the somberness of the moment. They felt that they had an opportunity after everything that they did to get themselves into the playoffs. And they watched it slip away through their fingertips, like sand on a beach too. And they know it. What I tell, whether fans want to accept it or not, and this was the point of me asking that question, Tim, right? Mm-hmm. I could see it in the coach. I could see it in the players. I could see it in the training staff. I could see it in the trainers. You could see it in the broadcasters. You could see it in the TV crew that does the technical side that travels with us. You saw it in everybody. I'm proud of that group of people, top to bottom, because I know what it took to get there. I know what it took and the effort and what it was like for them to just give themselves a chance to be in that, right? And you feel for them because you know how disappointed they were that how it happened. And if somebody can't handle that human aspect of it, then do me a favor and go bark at somebody else. But when asked that question, is there something that I say, yeah, look, I'll break down the game. I'll break down individual players for you. I'll be honest, we always are. But in terms of like I can tell you, if you think you're disappointed at home, man, those guys, I don't think any of them slept real well. I know I didn't. I know fans didn't. That was now, Tim, seriously, now on the flip side here, I went through on the podcast and I wrote down a couple days before in my scorebook a season perspective and just everything. And I'm telling you, this season for me, out of the 25, it was that I've done now of Blues hockey, this season's going to rank up there as probably one of the top 5 seasons in the last 25 for me. Because there was some amazing, and when I talk about that, I'm not just talking about individual games. I'm talking from last June when they named Alexander Steen as the GM in waiting, and then they had the offseason they had with the acquisitions and how they managed it, with the aggressiveness that management did, with how they, they struggled, but then they electrified the fan base again, and what the future looks like for this team. And the one thing that never wavered, I'm not kidding you, from day one of the regular season to the end, it's a close group. And I looked at this big group of guys huddled at one point on the plane. I looked over at Tim Pabst, our fantastic TV producer. He's been with the team for over 30 years. And I said, man, look at this group. Like, this is a tight group. There's a lot more to come from this group that's to be excited about. And you could just feel it. So I guess, look, when I was texting with Steve Chapman, who you guys know, and I mean, again, disappointing, but not disheartening, I think was a great way to put it.
And what do you think of the Jets moving forward? Do you think that's a team that's too beat up to make any noise? They still are the President's Trophy winner. I feel like this series took too much out of them. You never know, but I feel like Dallas is maybe at a different level right now. Maybe nobody cares in St. Louis, but I don't think that's a Jets team that's going to go on and win the Cup.
What do I think of them moving forward? Makes me sick, and I hate to see it.
yeah, there you go. That's fair.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, dude, I don't think they lost to a team that's going to win the Cup.
No. You know what? Teams have to go through things, and it's how you go through things, and it's what you do. I don't know. Obviously, Morrissey only played a couple minutes in that game. I don't know what the true injury is to Scheifele. I'm assuming, I know there were reports in Dallas that Heiskanen and Robertson were going to be coming back. I do think that where the two teams were from a health standpoint, it felt to me like the Blues had more to fight with Dallas with. But yeah, that one, I mean, I got to think that even though the Winnipeg Jets won the President's Trophy, I got to think the Dallas Stars are favored in that one. Now, the Jets are obviously going to have home ice because they won. I mean, so 3 out of the 4 teams in the West were top seeds that move on into that next series. But the Jets are banged up. That is as physical a playoff series the Blues just played that I've ever seen. I mean, and I know in 2019 they banged up some teams. I mean, the Blues broke San Jose. They broke them, right? I mean, that's the way I've said it, and I think it's an accurate depiction of that series, the way that they injured them to the end. And boy, oh boy, this series felt like that series. And the nicks and bruises and bumps and the injuries that knocked guys out of the games. But it was as physical a series as I had. It's going to be hard for Winnipeg to keep that going. Now, if Connor Hellebuck finds his stride and becomes more of the regular season Connor Hellebuck, that could be a difference maker. But at least with the way Winnipeg is banged up right now, I think they're going to have a hard time against the Dallas Stars. But then again, listen, here's the thing. The Dallas Stars are an interesting team because you look at it and you're like, man, that's a good team. But it's not like they scare you from, it's not like they had a Nathan McKernan or something like that. That addition of Rantanen is the guy now that probably scares you. But and Ottinger clearly is a good, still young goaltender that is terrific, but has to win that big moment. So Dallas is truly another team that's the sum of their parts. It could be a fun one, but I think they've got to have the edge.
Kerbs, what do the players and the broadcasters do the day after on a day like this? You try to sleep it off or just wander around like a zombie wondering what happened? What do you think everybody does on a day like this?
I think there's going to be some of that, Doug. I really do. I think the year and the season is easy to reconcile. In the end, I think you have to look at this as a successful season for the Blues. I think if you're fair, you're going to say missed opportunity as well. But where they were, how they were, 8 points out coming out of that Four Nations break, 12-game win streak, had to win the last game of the regular season, even after a 12-game win streak, is it'll take a little bit. So, yeah, you've got some life stuff that has to happen. I think I got to look at my calendar. I hadn't looked at it yet. I don't know if I've got a soccer game or a lacrosse game to be at for my girls tonight. I know I got Ava's birthday next Saturday. I've got to help Christy do some planning on. And then on May 17th is Gabby's.
Wherever Ava is, she'll be scoring goals. Let me tell everybody.
She's having a good season there. She's swinging up with the varsity team at Parkway West there, Martin, and they've used her at forward defense. She can kind of play all over. But so I got that. Gabby's wrapping up her high school season of lacrosse. Oh yeah, look at that, Monday soccer game and lacrosse game. So that's what we're going to do, right? Yeah. So I got to look that up. But that's and you know what, like. You got to go through the emotions, and you got to let the emotions go. The disappointment. When I mean let them go, I go let them be. It's okay to feel that way. Because that just shows you're in it. That just shows you care. It shows how much you're there. But don't be foolish or stupid like some of the people that were tweeting me after the game and stuff like that. Like one guy was literally fired up at Jordan Bennington, and I'm like, are you kidding me? because listen, the perspective is the true perspective. If fans are willing to hear it. It was now 3, okay, but in it 2. You're not, things aren't going well, right? They decide, okay, Doug Armstrong makes a strategic decision and not an easy one. It was a gutsy decision that I still think if you wanted to, you could argue whether or not it was the right one. Now, he's proven that it's going to be the right decision. But in the moment, you could argue that should they have been more aggressive, kept some of those guys. You trade Tarasenko, you trade O'Reilly, you trade Achari, you trade Mikkola, you trade Barbashev, right? You look at your fan base and you say, I understand the pain right now, but I think if we do this now and we use these guys to get assets, what we have coming in, we know we have Snuggerud, we know we've already got Thomas, we know we've got Kyrou, Buchnevich is part of this group, we've got Parayko, we know we have goaltending and Binnington with Hofer coming along the way. There's going to be some short-term pain. But if we do this now, we don't think that we're going to be, on the down that long. And unlike, say, the Buffalo Sabres that missed the playoffs 14th straight year, or the San Jose Sharks or the Chicago Blackhawks. And then, so to me, last year was year 1 of this retool. In year 2 of the retool, because of the aggressiveness of the offer sheets and that whole perspective that I put out on the Curbside podcast, you just made the playoffs and took the President's Trophy team to Game 7, and you should have won it. You flat out should have won it. You were there. It was there. You should have won it. And to me, you put that whole thing into perspective, and you're no longer in a rebuild. You're no longer in a retool. The is gone. You are now in it. You made the playoffs, and you've done that. The perspective is they're back, and they're going to be competitive. I think you got to be excited about that.
Chris Kerber giving us his perspective on the devastating Game 7 loss and the state of the franchise heading into the 2025 offseason. Kerbs, was a enjoyable season. Love the calls and the podcast, and looking forward to talking to you throughout what I would imagine will be quite a creative offseason for the Blues as they will try to improve upon what they have built this season. We appreciate the time, man. Thank you so much for getting up and joining us and giving us your perspective on last night.
Yeah, you got it. And we'll let this one simmer for a week. Next week, we'll talk ahead about what's in store for the Blues, because there are some interesting decisions still to be made.
Indeed. Thanks, Kerbs.
All right, guys, have an awesome week. Cheers, fellas.
Thank you. That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective on last night's festivities. Martin, could you give us your perspective on Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling?
We need some positivity around here. How about a success story that is Design Air Heating and Cooling? They've been around since 03, so it's just been going back so far. But for all these years, family-owned and doing their best to keep you comfortable year-round. This time, it's strange. You might even have the heater on this morning. Soon it'll be the air conditioner full tilt. Best idea is to tune that thing up before the summer season hits. Set up an appointment at Design Air Service Not only the long-running company, tradition, success here in St. Louis, but also a longtime sponsor of this show. So when you need air conditioning help all summer long, just remember the name, Design Air Service. Online, designairservice.com. Family-owned. They have not sold it to an out-of-town company. Sometimes it happens, and then they'll keep the name on the side of the building. This is the family-operated business, same as it was day one, designairservice.com.
There it is. You can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Brand new month. And you get a chance to compete with Joey Vitale's face dong, Doug. He has the first. He has the first win.
Okay.
Jackson, have we announced the listener of the month for April?
We did.
You announced them,
I believe,
on Friday.
On Friday, we
Stephen
did.
Wildwood.
Stephen Wildwood, the 2023 Listener of the Year, is now eligible to win the 2025 Listener of the Year because he won the April Listener of the Month, Doug. That's unbelievable.
Okay. Now, the fella, I think his name is Alex Ford, who drove all the way to Winnipeg, he wasn't eligible.
He didn't apply.
You have to apply because I nominated Matt Holliday at one point, and he said he would not be applying.
Okay,
because it would take some
surprising.
extra.
I would have thought he would have.
It would take a little extra effort, and he said no, thank you.
Yeah.
He also he texted late last week and said, "Is this turning into a real sports show?" Because of the guest that we had on last week. I said, "Don't worry, listen next week."
Yeah.
So
we'll be fine.
More tickling coming your way. It's the 8 o'clock hour. It's brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Looking for a new home or to refinance? Mortgage loans can get complicated. Together Credit Union, here for you the entire step of the way. Your hometown loan provider is Together Credit Union. They've got a home loan solution for every single buyer out there. Get in on the action, whether it's your first home, downsizing, sizing up, or need a second mortgage. Together Credit Union, there for you. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, jumbo loans, they have it all. Even have specialty loans like FHA, construction, union member mortgages. Together Credit Union knows it gets a little complicated. They're with you every step of the way, and it's all done in-house right here in St. Louis. Together Credit Union's experienced team will handle the underwriting, servicing, everything in between, all done locally. Remember, Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider. Check out your rates at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. It's Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Doug, Jackson's continuing a theme here with our return music.
Yeah. It's time we pick ourselves up, pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, and get on with things.
I am going to wallow in my misery. James Carlton's in studio with us from the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Check this out. His insurance agency's website, carltoninsurance.net, and they got like 423. Is it 423, James? 423 5-star reviews?
I'll take your word for it.
423 5-star reviews on Google, 314-961-4800. I'm a client, and here's the thing I know about James Carlton. He's going to wallow in the misery with me. I know you are. I know you, and I know well enough to know that you will.
Is it LSU bad from 2023 for you?
Oh, worse than that.
Okay, because you said that was the last time prior to last night that like a sporting event had moved you to you had to pout a little bit, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Worse than that.
Yeah, Barbara Rocchio, Matt Rocchio's mom, who I've worked with for many years, came in this morning. She goes, "How you doing?" I go, "I'm just trying not to cry, to be honest with you. That's how I need to pick myself up by the bootstraps."
You do. Come on.
My goodness. Can I spin a little positivity here?
Yes.
No. Doug tried to say
sports. And he got
let me spin a little positivity.
By the text inbox.
Doug said sports are good, and somebody said, "Shut up. Don't want to hear it."
I've had the luxury of going to a lot of Blues games over the last dozen years, and I went to all 3 of these home games, and that was some of the most fun I've had in my entire life watching sports. Just every one of those was incredible. That start, Game 3, I mean, the most electric 5 minutes of hockey I've ever seen. Obviously, Friday night was just a pony, as Tim likes to say.
Absolutely.
And then I don't think you could be more devastated as a team than what happened. And to have them go nearly 2 full overtimes, I mean, you got to tip your cap a little bit that the Blues didn't just fold up shop. They had a terrible penalty by Shen with that delay of game, and they killed it off, and Benner made some monster saves. He's obviously the best goaltender in the series. I don't know if they could have handled Dallas, by the way, but it would have been interesting to see. It's just, it is a tough one. I mean, that is a brutal, brutal loss, and yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a worse one in my life. But I mean, the Super Bowl, if we're being honest, but man, that is a tough one. You guys are hanging in there and powering through. Thanks to Doug.
Well, we're here for the community.
Doug's giving the positivity. Martin's seeing the anger in the text inbox.
Well, I don't want to get too specific, but Harrison's brother, Master,
he's usually positive.
I think might want to look into counseling. I think, and everybody's entitled to their own opinions. Some people like some things, some people don't like other things.
That's our producer, Joe.
I think if you're that angry all the time, or maybe kickboxing, counseling or kickboxing, I'm just going to I think you'll feel better. That's all.
He invited me to be his member guest partner this year. So I don't know. I've never met the gentleman, but I guess we're going to spend a couple days in a golf cart together coming up. Yeah, Martin.
Careful.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't say anything positive when he gets that triple bogey.
Yeah. Doug was talking about, James, how sports is the only thing really that we can watch that gives us that surge of emotion, and he was giving some semblance of positivity and was immediately told to shut the hell up.
Can you imagine anything else keeping you riveted like that for 4.5 hours on your TV, and then even feel it the next day or look back on it years from now? There's no other entertainment like it.
No, but I mean, that 2019 run, that as a fan was exhausting. Imagine these players going through 4 series like that, as physical as this one was.
This was a first round. Didn't it feel like a conference final?
Oh, I mean, I had trouble sleeping last night. I can't imagine how the players are doing, like Kerber just said. But, I mean, I remember you reference that San Jose series all the time. I kind of felt like that was what was happening with Morrissey going out last night. I'm like, we broke him. We got him. Yeah. And they just couldn't put it away.
And Jets fans were feeling the exact same way. Down 2, Morrissey's out, Scheifele's obviously not playing. They were despondent, and that building was silent.
Yeah.
And it's the damn 6-on-5s, which the Blues led the league in goals allowed, 6-on-5, tied with Toronto during the regular season for 13, and now with the 2 last night in the final 2 minutes, it's 15. And that is what smarts the most. It had been a problem. Doug talked about it. Goes, this is going to get him at some point. And my God, did it ever.
Yeah, just brutal. I was telling Martin during break, I mean, the good news is, I mean, the Blues marketing team, they're going to have so much to sell. I imagine season tickets will be through the roof. I mean, this is a young, exciting team with more talent to come with Dvorsky. I mean, it's tough this morning, obviously, after giving up 2 goals in the last 2 minutes. But I think there's a lot of excitement to come, and hopefully this is just the beginning of a long, long run for our Blues.
Even when you get ahead by 2 goals late, there's no insurance policy. No guarantee.
Do you guys do anything?
The premiums for the Blues would be quite expensive on that one. My goodness. My goodness.
The 2-goal lead premium.
There you go.
You got to look into that.
Yeah.
Why don't you do some number crunching today? See if that's available.
How about this, Jackson, from Mr. Siders? And that's coming from Mr. Siders, which is saying something. Harrison's brother, Master, is the biggest loser of them all. Dude needs to get laid. That's from Mr. Siders, who I think both of them are on your Mount Rushmore, if I'm not mistaken.
Jackson, he can't speak.
He can't, but he's got his Nell board.
He's scribbling
and
like
he
chalk
says,
talk.
Hell yeah. That is Jackson. Hell yeah.
This guy's become a real problem, Harrison's brother. I'm going to suspend him.
No,
I'm going to suspend him a period of 2 days' time, and I'm going to hit him with a 20% tariff. And on top of that, I am going to report him to ICE for his suspected ties.
So he's leaving the country.
Yes.
He's getting rounded up.
Yes, I'm not playing in the member guest. Tim, can you be my member guest partner? If by member, we're talking about your wrench, and by guest, we're talking about my guest entrance with a winking emoji. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Well, there you go.
That's another invite.
Nice gesture on this morning.
That is another
And
invite.
Doug, she is stay at home.
Yeah,
She is he.
Oh, really?
He is a pipe fitter currently living in Spanish Lake.
That'd be a great texture handle. And Jackie will do the clerical work this week.
Through Friday. Once Friday at 11 rolls around, you can't get a name in the text inbox here on TMA. James, were you watching with the family last night? How were you enjoying last night's game?
So my wife took one for the team and did all the bedtime routine, so I could watch. And then she moseys down, I don't know, 8:20, 8:30, and she's like, "Oh, we can watch that HBO show with the zombies." I'm like, "Yeah, just about 5 more minutes left." And so she sat down for that last 5 minutes. We can blame her.
Wow.
And then she toughed it out for one overtime, did not make the second. But yeah, no, I watched by myself, which is for the best. I mean, those I'm so tense. I pace. I'm a miserable person to watch with. That's why I can't go to a bar to watch a big game like that. I can't stand it.
Yeah, a bunch of my friends were going to bars or hanging out with people, and I'm just like, I can't. I wish I could do that. But any game that I really, really care about, I've got to either just be with like my family or by myself, which again, I want to emphasize, I recognize is pathetic, but that is the truth. And Doug, this is honesty in media, so I have to
we need some of that.
Do you think it's easier to take a loss like that in person?
Yes.
I do. I do too.
The Rams Super Bowl loss, all three of us were there. Martin, I'm sure you were there, right? And Doug, I know we sat next to each other. I don't think we appreciated how devastated St. Louis was until we got back to St. Louis. For me, I can only speak for myself. We flew back. I don't know why, but KMOV had us fly out of Baton Rouge. Do you remember that? We drove from New Orleans to Baton Rouge and flew on...
Larry Connors flew the plane.
I don't know if it was Larry, but it was a prop plane. It was me, you, Steve Savard, I think Lori Waters, the anchor who we used to work with. And Doug did this picture of like... You know, because it was like a small, it wasn't like a, Learjet or anything like that, like concerned look. And we landed, and I think Missouri basketball had lost to Virginia on Sunday. And the guy picking us up from the airport, I knew he was a Mizzou fan. I go, man, how about that Mizzou loss? He goes, dude, we just lost the Super Bowl. That's probably a good point. Yes, I think in person, when you're either working or you're hanging out with a group of people, I think it is easier to take than being by your lonesome or with your family. I can speak to that.
Well, I mentioned this earlier that we had a camera at Cam Jansen's house last night, and my colleague Kevin Rines was out there. Said, "Who was there?" He said, "Just Cam and his wife." Like, there's a guy who could have his buddies over or watch it with former alumni. Like, he's watching it by himself. Because I think if you're that, you don't want anybody sitting next to you like, "Hey, I was going to tell you about this week at work." Like,
exactly.
The game.
And also, when you want food, you want to be able to get up at any time and not have to wait on somebody else. You want to drink. You want that. You don't want to be messed with during this period.
No doubt. I remember one of the World Series, 2011-13. I was at Nick's Pub.
Hey Kay Adams.
Yeah, Hey Kay Adams. She might have been there at that time. And watching the game, and this guy had the KMOX feed on, which was obviously like 10 seconds ahead of the TV, and would react every time. I mean, my God, that was brutal. Yeah, so no, I'm big game. I'm at home, or if I had the privilege of being there, that's obviously ideal as well. But that building was great. I mean, that was so much fun, those 3 games. I think the Gruden thing's sincere. I mean, I can't imagine he's got an angle to get more exposure to the St. Louis hockey market, right? I mean, it kind of came out of nowhere.
He told me he was surprised how much it took off. That he does a lot of these kind of like open the box. He was already moving on. He was at like Philip Rivers' house the next day in Alabama. I'm like, this guy, he looks like a guy who doesn't sleep. he watched the game with Pronger up in like a suite.
Yeah.
And he already tweeted out, can't wait for next year with the Blues. Whatever it was, that thing, I mean, it was a little silly, but it was fun. And that's
the hype on Friday night, he did a great job. Like Maroon crushing the beer after he took his jersey. What did his shirt say? Like, be the freaking nightmare. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it was something. It was something.
It's funny because by Monday, like Game 6, we don't even get to talk about. As great as that was, their backs were against the wall. Yeah. They had to win that game, and they dominated. They dominated all 3 home games, and by Monday, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I wonder what the final tally was on the total goals in the series. I mean, obviously, the Blues won. I mean, the total goals. I mean, they had so many blowouts at home.
There's no way to know that.
Yeah, no.
There's no way to
Jackaroo.
If you go with like 25-20 or something like that. But that WTF line, I got a stat from, I think, Curbside over the weekend, was like a plus 15 games 4 through 6.
Yeah,
they were just electric. Yeah.
Well, and maybe it's because they were healthy. Because it appears Kyrou may have been, compromised a little bit.
Well, he certainly wasn't winning many 50-50 battles last night.
And that could have been why. But, Nathan Walker emerged as one of the biggest players they got on the team.
Yeah. And that hit on Morrissey, it almost looked like Sonny missed him. I guess he just caught a shoulder or something. Yeah. Do you guys know what that injury was?
They haven't said, and they won't say until whenever it's over for him, I would imagine. Unless he maybe gets out there and plays in Game 1. I don't know.
We'll probably get the exit interviews for the Blues tomorrow, so you'll find out exactly whatever Robert Thomas' late season injury was.
Kyrou Holloway certainly will be.
Yeah, Kyrou, Holloway, they might say he was never returned.
Right. Yeah. My belief is,
nobody's even seen him.
That Dylan Holloway was never. They could have gone and played the Leafs in early June. I don't think you were going to see Dylan Holloway.
Which is always puzzling to me. If he suffered a really nasty injury, it's okay if you tell us that. It's not like the Winnipeg Jets wasted a lot of time scripting their game plan around Dylan Holloway making a miraculous comeback.
I have some insight on this, and I want to make this clear. This is some insight. I'm not reporting a damn thing. I'm out of the reporting business, Doug. But that the thought was there was a chance that maybe if they went deep enough, he could come back. And so that was the reasoning for that. On the other side of things, with Scheifele, I don't know how many people watched Scott Arniel's presser on Saturday. I did. Again, speaks to my social calendar. It was so crystal clear that Mark Scheifele was not playing in Game 7, and yet he was running this bluff about a game-time decision because he had gone out there and skated in Winnipeg, and it's almost like they had a state media member have the only video of him skating, which I didn't think was a coincidence either. And I was thinking to myself, there's not a chance in hell Scheifele's playing this game. There's just it's not even in play. And yet he was running it that there was going to be a game time decision, and he couldn't even keep that going through yesterday morning. Yesterday morning, he goes, he's not playing. Stanley wasn't playing. Then you lost Morrissey. I mean, the opportunity was there. Goes without saying when you're up 2 goals with 2 minutes left and can't close it out. But in addition to that, the Jets were super hobbled in 5, 6, and 7.
There was also Monty's pregame in French talking to a reporter about Texier. So somebody wanted to know Texier's availability, and he answers it in French. And then they came out, and Tom Timmerman from the Post-Dispatch said, it sounds like you're not playing so-and-so. He goes, oh, look at you, a Russian spy, because he had actually picked up on the French. I thought Arniel saying definitively that he didn't make the trip about Game 6 made it sound like it was such a bad injury.
Right.
That I didn't think there was any way to kind of then start walking it back like, he might play again, just because he'd been so definitive about that Game 6 decision.
Yeah, and you would think if it was a possibility that he might play, if he's in that good a shape, you'd at least go with the team to watch the game.
Exactly. Yeah, there was a couple guys from San Jose that didn't even make that trip in 19 to the Game 6.
That's correct. Yeah. The Blues had ravaged them, and that's the thing. They did it again, and that's why even though when I was watching Dallas flying around and Colorado flying around, I'm going, oh, my God, how in the world could the Blues keep up with either one of these teams? The Blues' strategy is to just beat the hell out of teams.
It's Pete DeBoer.
And it's Pete DeBoer, who's 9-0 in Game 7.
What a record.
How about that stat?
Did you see the shot of him when there's absolutely gorgeous woman in the first row right behind him? And it would have been so great if every time they took the Pete DeBoer reaction shot, if he had his back to the ice looking at the woman in the front row. Would have loved to have seen that.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to play him again because the Blues absolutely destroyed the Sharks down the stretch in that one. But that's 9 9-0. That's insane. What was Monty? I saw that. Is he now 1-3?
Should be 1-3, I believe. Yes.
Yeah.
Because he won the Game 7 last year in the first round, which kept him from coming to St. Louis last summer.
Yes, the Drew Bannister scholarship was given when they won Game 7.
And Pete DeBoer fired from the Devils, fired from the Sharks. It's unbelievable. The guy's 9-0 in Game 7s, and he's lost in the conference finals the last 2 years with Dallas. The reason I asked Kerbs, what does he think Winnipeg will do? And they're playing, who gives a rip about the Jets? My point is, had the Blues, like Winnipeg is vulnerable. So this was this is not you didn't lose to a team that appears to be destined to win the cup, is my point in asking that. I feel like the Jets are probably done in the next round. That's why I wanted Kerb's perspective.
And my feeling is it looks like they're done because they're not healthy.
Right.
The same reason why I picked the Jets going into the series, but then when things changed with Scheifele, I mean, that's when my thoughts, I'm like, I didn't want to do the emotional risk management before the game because I'm like, I think the Blues are going to win this game.
Last night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Going into Game 7, I thought the Blues were going to win the game. Yeah, because Scheifele, I mean, they had 2 shots on goal in the first period last night. They had 3 in Game 6 or whatever, vice versa. Either way, that's their response when they have an opportunity to close the Blues out. That's what they got. That's the impact. Just like if the Blues would have been, I mean, the Blues were without Holloway. We talked about it. In 2022, the Blues were without Binnington after Kadri ran them. You saw the impact on it. These things, of course, matter. And yeah, maybe Velarde was back and Ehlers were back, but those guys weren't at 100%, just like Parayko wasn't at 100%.
Boy, did he play a lot of minutes, though.
Oh, my goodness, did he ever. But not, who was the guy, Martin, who got over 40 minutes?
Neil Pionk.
Pionk was out there for 46 minutes. Never left.
We did enjoy the Stanley healthy scratch.
I mean, what a... Picking on Kyrou and Snuggerud is just, that's an all-timer. I mean, not only did I want the Blues to win because I wanted the Blues to win, but seriously, what is that? I just have no love for that. I'm sensing Jackson needs us to shut it down. Oh, is that a bad read? Oh, I picked up.
No, he did look up the stat. 27-21. The Blues.
Oh, is that what it was? You on your Nell board? 27-21. Your final tally, Doug, for goals, 4 goals against.
So we won that, Doug.
Yes. You don't usually lose a series when you outscore the other team by 6.
We'll have to look into that.
Yeah.
James, thank you so much.
Thanks, gentlemen. Have a good week.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent, and I recommend him wholeheartedly to the audience. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, and you are welcome to participate in a wide variety of ways. Doug, you love the phone lines. You want to go to some calls?
Yeah, I guess we could. Even though they're poison, it might be entertaining.
314-974-0101. We're going to open up the Collier and Thompson phone lines next here on TMA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Let's play 2. Yesterday, the Cardinals win 2 against the New York Mets. Back in action today as they take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. First pitch at 6:45. Miles Michaelis toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, is this Mazzy Star?
I don't know who it is.
Fade into you? I feel like that'd be appropriate.
What about some Carole King? Didn't we have a moment?
Oh, yeah.
This is Christina Aguilera.
Yeah. This is the very kind of moment when we need to be uplifted, not wallow in our pity,
No, sometimes
but
you gotta,
charge forward.
You gotta let the emotion.
That was last night.
I know we deserve a little pity time, Doug.
No,
we're going
you
to
had our
wallow. We
pity
need
time.
to wallow today. Tomorrow we move forward. Today we pity.
I'm going to tell this story. I might be held accountable when I get home, but I told you guys off air, and you actually thought it was great.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to share it. Doug, I'm going to let you into my bedroom.
Okay, again?
Nice. Clip that off.
All right.
But just send that to me as an MP3 so I can use it. It's me, my betrothed, been loving for 18 years, and our 7-year-old son, and we're watching, and I'm sitting there saying, I just fired another bet on Winnipeg, and she goes, I just don't understand the point of the emotional risk management. So she's there with most people in the audience. Most people in the audience are
And
not
she
supportive.
mumbled loser.
Yeah, exactly right, 100%. And we're watching things at the end of regulation, and the Jets score that game-tying goal. And I guess I might have yelled that. I yell F so often, and I can't even keep track of it. But she may have yelled something out, and she said, I'm sorry. I'm like, nobody cares if you yelled profanity around this particular home. And she goes, no, I'm sorry. And I go, it's okay. I feel like Robin Williams and Matt Damon. And then she goes, no, the TV. And I then look at the television, and she was holding some chapstick, and when the Jets scored the goal, she threw the chapstick. It hit the television, Martin, and the television is now shattered.
Oh, no.
And so I had already talked to my compadre, Aaron Walbrandt Technologies. They were going to come over and do a couple televisions throughout the house, and now I need to make a third. I don't know if he's doing a buy two, get one free deal, but I need to. So the profits from the emotional risk management now have been cut into substantially by the chapstick incident.
Can you sue her over this?
I don't know if we... I know mainly, especially in the text inbox, as Martin's discovered, it's mainly doctors and lawyers who text in. I don't know if we... I don't know if counsel can call in and give me perspective on that, if I can litigate. I believe
Yes, Ed Herman tomorrow, man.
I believe the television is what would be called a marital asset, but we will talk with counsel and see. But I told you guys the story in the commercial break. And
I
you're
like her grits.
Yeah, that's exactly how you guys love it. You're like, good for her. What a great fan.
She wasn't filing her nails.
No.
She's throwing crap at the TV. That's a true fan, dog.
You're supposed to have a foam brick. They even sell them, foam bricks that you throw at your TV to get that anger out, but you don't break anything.
It's an accident. I mean, what are you going to do? I didn't even notice it. But yes, the television now is...
destroyed.
Correct.
Big screen, 75, 85 incher.
I'm a meat and potatoes guy. It's
black and white with rabbit ears.
Oh, exactly right.
Okay.
I was lucky to be able to find the game.
Right.
I appreciate but game ball for caring enough to throw the chapstick.
Now,
And then
what if
off air, Jackson said it's quite a testament to Burt's Bees that they make something that wickedly
Sturdy as hell.
strong.
I actually later that night, which was last night, of course, I was looking for the chapstick, and I couldn't find it. And I feel like it's been removed.
Yeah,
it's like a gun from the mob.
Yeah.
And, of course, she is Italian. All due respect.
Check the local sewers.
So it's gone. But when the game ends, everybody's upstairs. They're in bed. And I turned the television off, and I found myself, and I'm like, this is kind of pathetic. But I turned the television off. I'm in our basement, and I'm just sitting in the darkness staring at the television. And the television, of course, now with the crack in it. And I'm like, I don't know if I can get up. I'm despondent.
In total darkness?
I'm a 48-year-old married father. And I'm not able to pick myself up to go to bed, to, get up in 6 hours, whatever the hell it is. And I'm sitting there, I'm going, I guess this is just the way that it's going to be for good. Like, I'm still going to be watching girl films when I'm 75 also.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
But you know what? I accept it. I am dysfunctional. And so is my television.
Now, would your perspective have changed if that had been one of your kids that threw the chapstick and broken the TV? Would you have made that a teaching moment? When it's your wife, you say, it's okay, will you keep making dinner?
I think it's the circumstance. It's a disappointing moment for the local team. If it's just, I wanted cookies for dinner.
Yeah, different ball game.
Then you're like, all right,
different
pissant.
ball game. No.
I mean, I would never say that to my kid. I would never.
No.
I do like to audit the text line, and I found one from 803, and it just said, gee, thanks, Doug. I believe it's after you said we love sports for a certain reason.
Yeah.
Gee, thanks, Doug. Now go choke on a salad without dressing.
Oh.
I've never heard that insult
I have
before.
a lot of salads without dressing.
Oh, God.
For all the calories.
Very tasty.
How hard does someone have to throw chapstick to break an RCA tube TV? That's from Al in Dadeville.
You'd have to really throw it to break a tube TV.
That's what I have. I am a meat and potatoes guy. But by the way, I saw Al in Dadeville's in-laws, I guess, at my son's soccer game yesterday. And they'd been Sound Story guests.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
How about that?
Great.
What a delight. Alan Dadeville, one of the all-time great texters. And I was saying that, and they're like, oh, yeah, we know. He's Alan Dadeville. I'm like, yeah, he's a
They didn't have
superstar.
pride oozing out of their orifices.
When your
like that.
son-in-law is a great texter into the program. Yeah, but they're wonderful people. Asking about the game. Everybody was talking about the game. I'm out and about yesterday. Everybody's wearing Blues hoodies, Blues T-shirts. The city rallied around the team. That's one of the things I'm going to miss.
Yeah,
I
me too.
love that. I'm telling you, I had to leave from an event and get back home by like 6, and I'm on the road at 6, minutes away from puck drop, and it was like a ghost town in St. Louis. It was unbelievable, and I think that crap's awesome. You're not going to get that in a lot of markets, but in St. Louis, it matters like that, and I love it.
You don't even get it with every other sport. I mean, a good football team can do that. Baseball, usually not so much because they play so many games, only if it was in the playoffs, I guess. And maybe that's true with hockey also. I don't know. But it is neat to see a city come together and galvanize and everybody root for the same thing.
But now the city shares in its misery.
And you got a cracked TV.
That's exactly right.
And in the
It's gonna have to be
618,
replaced.
this reminder, now we have to wait another year to see a playoff berth for an STL team. Brutal work. Cardinals won't do anything this year. So when is the next playoff game for the local sports fans?
Battlehawks.
Battlehawks had a big divisional win the other night, even though it's a conference.
Martin, for a split second, there was debating how to handle that answer.
Hey, they beat Bobby. Bobby Stoops was in town Friday night. Battlehawks won that game.
He and Gruden hung out
On Fox.
Did anybody do the math to see who won the attendance battle between the three teams?
I think that the Cardinals announced Friday was like 30. I think Battlehawks was like 26-6.
So the Blues finished in last place.
But it had everybody at home watching.
Yeah.
Probably the other two teams had minimal TV viewers.
Sharon and Clayton, who is the A-list star of Doug's Real Housewives of TMA, says that gal behind the stars bench is an OnlyFans celeb. Shocking, I know. She's there every year. That's Sharon and Clayton.
Okay.
And Sharon and Clayton also says, I had a puck in my hand when that all went down. Fortunately, I just dropped it on the floor instead of zinging it at our projection screen like an Izzy fastball. Who knew a little chapstick could be so destructive? Maybe Mrs. M could be in the bullpen for the Cardinals. That's from Sharon, Doug, and she's in Clayton, Sanibel, Maui, and Michigan.
Right. It is kind of odd that we blame the television. We give up a game-winning goal, a season ender, and we blame the TV.
Carson broke 2 TVs when he was a little kid, throwing the remote at the TV. John Carney said it's because he hates his dad, because I'm on TV. He said if you dig a little deeper into that, it means your son hates you. I said, a little hurtful.
Nice of him to say.
Yes, very hurtful.
The only thing worse than the Blues meltdown was the last hour of Friday's show after Martin abandoned ship. Thank God you're back, Tim. That's from Little Man in the Boat. You had onboarding on Friday?
Of all days to have to leave, and I would have, and I told the crew, Kurt, Doug, Carson had May crowning. So there was a mass followed by a luncheon, part of the 8th grade end of year celebratory.
Absolutely.
Then my good Catholic friends are texting me saying, "Hey, ass, you know what a May crowning is? Bring your rosary." I'm like, well, of course I knew all that. I just was spoofing. So I had to bail at 10, and then Kurt and Doug brought it home.
I like people to not count on me.
Me too.
Chuckles Marlowe just came in and recorded 1,000 drops for Jackson's disposal.
What else you got from Chuckster?
Yeah.
'Cause I think we could use a little Chuck right now.
Let me tell you, there was some coitus.
Sounds like he's stealing my material.
The context there. What else you got, Chuck? Just perspective that we need.
Why are you so negative?
Definitely could be stealing.
Oh, wow.
Good evening, sports fans. Doug Vaughn here with your Sportscast. Our top story tonight, John Jay will be back tomorrow. Here's him getting a hit in 2012.
Stole that right from my broadcast.
It was after Doug's 3-week vacation.
I never took one.
Hey, Tim, I have a brand new TV in the box I bought for my family that you can have, if that would help. We don't have to watch TV anymore if it would help your family. That's from Big Tough. How about that?
Stop it, Tough.
It's great to see people doing the right thing.
It's not the right
Giving
thing.
you TVs.
Exactly right.
People wanted your address on Friday to bring you soup. We thought about giving it out.
We were this close.
Oh, God. I tossed and turned. I can't tell you. And then I finally texted you, mother effers, like, I don't even know. Everybody's phone set on Do Not Disturb at 4:30 in the morning, right?
Yeah, mine is.
Okay.
Mine isn't. I just never
So
get
I
any
woke
text.
you up?
It doesn't wake me up.
Oh, God bless.
Nothing wakes me
I
up.
saw
I got
when
that
I
damn
got up.
CPAP on. I can't hear anything. I could sleep through a tornado.
I did not see it until 5:45 or so.
Oh, really? Hey, Tim, I asked Martin to offer Ash up to Gruden Friday night. She rolled her eyes and told Martin that I am sick. Very sick. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster. That one sounds like that might actually have happened.
Yeah, the lovely wife of the recovering alcoholic in Belleville/Webster Groves is sitting there. We're talking. He said, I offered her up to Gruden. And I said, Ash, I'm so sorry. You could offer it up on the show quite often. She's aware.
Oh, she is.
I'm not sure she thinks it's healthy or normal.
Or funny, probably.
But she is. But she is aware.
And supportive.
Poor gal. Poor gal.
You can email in Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email of the day is coming your way at 10:45. We will have our brief respite from Blues Talk with Brad Thompson joining us. Next segment, is that right? Papers?
Yes, sir.
The Stiefel dossier. It is the Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark Milton, Doug, STL tax lawyer.
Right. He is your IRS penalty killer. He also is an IRS 6-on-5 equalizer. He can help you if the IRS gangs up on you. If you've got years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, anything. If you're facing IRS criminal investigation, Mark Milton is the guy you need on your team. He is the STL tax lawyer. That's his website, stltaxlawyer.com. He provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is one of the best in the entire country, and he's right here in St. Louis to help you with any kind of tax problem that you might have. His website again, stltaxlawyer.com, and you'll be saying, no, sir, I am not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. Mark Milton, longtime TMA sponsor, wonderful gentleman, just a questionable handicap index. That's all.
I saw Milty Thursday night at the MAC downtown. I did some Battlehawks interviews, and then Little Holden
The
and I...
Battlehawks were over at the MAC.
Well, they were at the Dome doing a walkthrough. We were doing some recording to kind of get some things in place for Friday, so I could attend the Blues game. Put a few things in the can, and they had a election event at the MAC, and I saw Uncle Milty there. And I had made fun of him the last time because he always has a chilled mug. And he said, make sure they get you a chilled mug. I said, thank you. He takes care of all things, Doug.
He's kind of the mayor of the MAC.
He is kind of the mayor.
Yeah, he is, actually. All right, Brad Thompson going to join us next, talking Cardinals won a series, but Doug's not happy because they didn't win all the games.
Yeah, I don't see great value in the series. You win 2 out of 3, then you win 2 out of 3 again. Oh, then you get swept, and your record's 4-5. That's the only thing that matters. They don't say, well, we won 2 of the last 3 series. Nope, your record's 4-5. That's what matters.
You and Brad can debate that coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and they make a great living. Michael's passion is flooring, so when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. You can learn more about what he does by going to igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. There is a reason Michael's has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all. Carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and check him out online at igotfloored.com. Well, Doug, we got a little NLCS preview this weekend.
Felt like it, yeah. Mets are a good team.
That's right.
Until they come here.
There you go. Yeah, when you're on your pontoon. Just briefly before we go to a friend of the program, Brad Thompson, during the commercial break, Jackson described a gentleman as a man rocket.
Yeah, I didn't care for it.
And that you said because this gentleman we were talking about is classically handsome.
That's right.
And you said that's what people in hockey players call other guys when they're attractive man rockets. And I got to tell you, I've been around some hockey players. I don't recall that happening.
Never heard the phrase before.
I'll source. I'll find some hockey players to corroborate that.
Why don't you text some Blues this morning?
Yeah, I'll text Robert Thomas.
Wake him up with that.
Is it ever used outside of the hockey world? Like, do you and your buddies say, hey, he's a real man rocket?
No.
Okay.
We're usually much more perverse.
Anyone in this building or this studio a man rocket?
Probably not best. Yeah, probably not best Marsh.
Wow, he went right to Marsh, and now Brad Thompson can speak on that because he worked with Marshy Marsh. And, well, we're talking man rockets on the program, Brad.
Guys, I'm anti-man rocket. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not. It's not in my normal verbiage that I use. Maybe it'll pop onto a ball game tonight against the Pirates. I doubt it. But I will say Marshy is a handsome gentleman for sure. But I've never thought, look at that man rocket sitting over there. Like that hasn't happened.
No. And I also don't think it's a hockey thing. I'm sorry, Jackson. I'm not sure that's a hockey term.
Okay.
So Brad
is going to be on your face.
It's supposed to be just about the man itself, right? It's not anything specific.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
That was a good follow-up. That was a very good follow-up.
Yeah, no.
Details matter, Tim.
Yep, that was why that was a good follow-up.
We think it might be a LaRusso dyslexic version of Rocket Man. Yeah, that song by Elton, man, is a really good man rocket. Yeah, that Jetson to Benny. Right, okay.
Brad, Doug is not happy the Cardinals won the series because he wants them to win every game, even though
that's
they're
the goal.
playing the Mets.
Yeah, that's the goal. Win them all.
I get it. No, I get it, Doug. I'm disappointed too. It was a great series, right? That was anytime you play a team like that, they're the best team in baseball. They came in with an awesome record. They leave with a very good record too, even though you took 2 or 3. But it's always nice to see how you stack up, and it's nice to see a team punch back. This team, like you look over the weekend or yesterday with the doubleheader. So many different heroes. So many guys ended up stepping up, whether it be offensively, defensively. Saw some ridiculous plays. Arenado almost took out a whole family, and thank goodness they were all fine. I think Dad maybe should have bodied up a little bit. Neither here nor there. But the play was made. The family was fine. And some pitching, man, stepped up big time. Jojo Romero came in and did an awesome job. And it's great to see him, especially his last 3 times out. He looks like the same guy. And Michael McGreevy, I mean, what can you say? So, while we'd all want all 3, Doug, I never disagree with that. I want to win every single game. But I love taking 2 out of 3 from a great team.
Well, sure. It's probably the best day of the season so far for the Cardinals to win 2 against a first-place team like that. And to get that performance from McGreevy, do you think he sticks up here now for a while?
Nope, I bet he's gone today. Chances are that is the nature of the business, which sucks. It's terrible, because he was fantastic, and there's a good chance you might see Graceffo today. And I have no inside knowledge, but I know this. He's going to be burnt for a few days, and you still need arms. You don't have an off day until Thursday. But I said it during the broadcast, and I believe it. He's a big leaguer. He should be in the big leagues. What he's been able to do, all he's shown you is that he's been great. His career mark, he's 4-0 with a 1.57. He's got a whip of .7. He pumps strikes. He's confident. He's smart, and he should be in the big league. So I hope he sticks. I hope they figure out something to allow that. I just don't know roster-wise if you can do it currently. But I'm a huge fan of Michael McGreevy. I had the opportunity, along with Chip Carey, to spend time with him on the Cardinal Caravan this year and just came away even more impressed. Like, you see the stuff, but when you get to know the person and how they tick and how smart he is and how he's thinking, it makes you root for him even more. So just an incredible performance by him.
Yeah, I hope they find a way to get it. I know they've got contracts, but this guy's done nothing but pitch. In the game, the 2 great catches, Arenado falling into the net, and then Victor Scott going over the wall there to rob. Both were Juan Soto off his bat. I think, and again, it's just 3 games, Doug wishes they would have won all 3.
Yes.
But if you can't get a little momentum out of taking a doubleheader from the New York Mets, that's a loaded lineup there. I mean, that hopefully it's something, and maybe the most important thing is JoJo Romero, because if that bullpen doesn't get itself figured out, it doesn't matter how good you hit or field, because the bullpen's been a disaster. I think Romero coming around is going to be massive for them if he's turning a corner.
Martin, totally agree. Totally agree. I mean, him coming up in that moment, he comes in, he ends up walking Soto, and you think, oh, here we go. Got the big bear, Pete Alonso, an incredible at-bat, a perfectly placed slider to strike him out. The polar bear was not happy about that, but it was a perfect pitch. Then you get the line, the pop-up to Nimmo afterwards. It was just an incredible job by him, and for the large part of the season, he has not looked like the same guy. The fastball didn't have the same zip on it. The breaking ball didn't have the same snap, and he has turned a corner here in his last 3 outings. He's figured out his timing. His lower half and upper half are working together, really just getting on top of the baseball again, and it is key. You need more guys in that bullpen to get the job done. You love your chances in the 9th inning with Ryan Helsley. Phil Maton struggled yesterday. He hadn't pitched in about a week, but for the most part, he's been very good. Leahy's been one of the best relievers in all of baseball, but you need more, specifically from that left side. So I think that JoJo, for him, that's a huge confidence booster, and you hope that he's that same guy throughout the rest of the season, just like he was last year.
Hey, Brad, I'm curious what your thoughts are on what Adam Wainwright tweeted out last night. Because, you've seen the team play now from a month and change to get a gauge on it. And you're around this club as well. He tweeted out, this Cardinals team is better than people think. They're a couple pieces away from being real good. I think some listeners would hear that and go, okay, that's Adam being Adam, being positive and supportive. But I don't necessarily think he just throws that out there apropos of nothing. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I think that I think that he's right if everything clicks, right? That's the biggest key is you have a lot of young, talented players, and then you have some veterans in that mix. This lineup looks a whole lot different when Contreras is doing what he's doing in the last 15 games for him. I think he's hitting around 380, something like that, over the last 15. Lineup changes when big guys do big things. Lineup also changes when Alec Burleson is hitting the ball. So happy to see him get his first home run of 2025, a guy that hit 21 of them a year ago. You see what Donovan's doing. He is steady Eddie, like so consistent. Nootbaar off the top. Mason Wynn, fingers crossed on the ankle. As you guys know, left the game with a left ankle sprain. He'd already been dealing with the back stuff. You hope that he's okay. We'll see. I'm sure we'll get word today. But there are a lot of good pieces, and when those pieces are clicking together, you start seeing it. The pitching, especially the starting pitching, has been a lot better than most people expected. Your back end of the bullpen has been solid too. So the question is, do these guys continue to progress, which you expect them to do throughout the season? And then when you talk about adding pieces, this doesn't feel like a season, right? We've talked about development. This doesn't feel like an adding pieces kind of year, right? It kind of feels like a maybe subtract some pieces to give younger pieces a little bit more runway. But that's where it becomes interesting for John Mozeliak and the rest of the front office as you approach the trade deadline. Where exactly are you at as a team? Are you in striking distance? Are you in a good position? Then you got some real tough decisions to make, because there's going to be phone calls, I'm guessing there already are, about Steven Matz. If I'm a team right now and I need a starter, I'm asking about Steven Matz. If I'm a team that needs some depth in the rotation, I know that Miles Michaelis has been an easy whipping boy over the years. He the ERA was not very good last year. I think he led the league in hits against. If you take away that Boston outing, though, he's got a 2.39 ERA over 5 starts this year. He's provided some depth. Obviously, there's going to be plenty of calls about Ryan Helsley as well. So to me, this is where that season gets really interesting, is the middle of the summer, what decisions are made, because we talked about development, but when winning is right there, how do you gauge that? It'll be super interesting.
Tim, I have an update. I'd like to apologize to Jackson. From AI, man rocket can have two meanings. In hockey slang, it refers to a particularly attractive and skilled male player.
What a moment for Jackson Burkett in the game he grew up loving, ice hockey.
AI says that. Then Urban Dictionary says a male player whose physical appearance and on-ice skills combined cause men and women alike to become aroused.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
That's from Urban Dictionary.
That? And Brad, of course, spent some time with Sidney Ponson, so he knows exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah,
here.
can confirm, guys. I looked up man rocket on Urban Dictionary. That's legit.
Okay. Jackson, that's a win for you.
For you.
What a win it is.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. Feeling, honestly, pretty good about it.
There are a lot of things that are terms, guys, that I'm probably not going to use in my everyday life, and I think man rocket's going to fit into that one. I say a lot of stupid things. But maybe, just maybe, because of today, and I'm proud of Jackson for having a word. He stuck with it. He held his ground. I'm going to get that in on the broadcast tonight. So
How about that?
And this is from a guy who doesn't even like hockey, yet he knows hockey slang. Jackson offering it up.
But I've said many times, hockey culture, everything around the game I like except for the actual gameplay.
What a wonderful endorsement.
Gosh. Wow.
That was a great endorsement.
How about
Home of the Blues?
That's right. Exactly right.
I feel like a throw from the outfield, maybe an outfield assist tonight, and then Brad's just going to say, I'll tell you what, Chip, that was a real man rocket.
That's a great time to use it. Or Victor Scott II, 12 for 12 maybe next stolen base. Boom, man rocket.
Oh yeah, he's a man rocket.
This thing's gonna catch
take
on.
off, I think.
Brad, thanks for the time as always, sir. Appreciate it. Looking forward to the man rocket Easter egg tonight on the broadcast.
Well, great to talk to all four of you man rockets today. You guys have a great show.
I told you we were hot.
Taking off
There's
already.
Brad Thompson. He'll be on the call tonight. Cardinals and Pirates got Libertor and Skeens tomorrow at Busch Stadium, Doug.
Well, Skeen's still one of the best pitchers in the game. Even
Nobody's playing better than the Pirates.
Well, the Pirates are 9 out. They're 12 and 23.
They've already started their fade a little early this year.
Rockies have gotten hot too. They've only lost 3 in a row now. They're 6 and 28.
My White Sox season win over bet is starting to trend to the point that I can get a sweat. Doug, beware of the south side of Chicago because they're rattling their bats at whatever the name of that ballpark is. It changes every year. Probably can get a good rate on that sponsorship. They are now 10 and 24.
What do you need? What do you need win-wise?
53.5, Mark.
Oh, they're right around that mark, aren't they?
That's exactly right. 53.5. Yep. That's what I need.
That's
I need
not
54.
a lot of wins.
That's the reason why the Tam Avenue Capital Partners allocated some of our fund on that play. Yes, the Rockies have gotten hot. I don't know if they're thinking about winning a baby. Doug, they're at 6 and 28.
17 out on the 5th of May. Wow, and they may be in the best division ever assembled. You look at the records for the Dodgers, Padres, Giants, Diamondback. They're all good teams.
They're 12 games out of 4th place on May 5th.
That probably hurts you at the gate a little bit.
And Bud Black might be one of the longest tenured managers.
how about that?
They're just like, who's the man? Yeah, it's fine.
It isn't going to.
Hey, do you want to keep doing this? Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
Meanwhile, the AL East, which gets as much attention as justifiably so it has, only has one team above 500. And that's your
I think Baltimore's
Yankees.
been a real disappointment so far.
They're 13 and 20. They got some pitching issues, as is par for the course. All right, 10 o'clock hour will be upcoming with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin has some onboarding to tend to, and we will, of course, continue what will be a feature throughout the day here on 101 ESPN as we weave through wallowing in our misery over the Blues season coming to an end in heartbreaking fashion last night. Back to that with some sound from the Blues next here on TMA.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 18 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis way back in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. They're proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stiefel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stiefel Theater. Stiefel is honored to support our city, our people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stiefel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stiefel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stiefel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. That's why they partnered with TMA. Stiefel and TMA, where success meets success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug, Hope Sandoval and her tambourine. Okay. 1994.
I don't know the years, too.
Fade Into You. This was blasting throughout the Sigma Chi House Zai chapter in August and September of 1994.
Why? Screams drug use.
Bow! Bow!
This is after they've taken the drugs and they're all sketched out.
Yeah, that's true. It's probably been in about 10 movies. Every Netflix special begins with that song.
I have to tell you, I feel like a lot of programs have used it.
Yeah.
Jackson, can you name a program that has used it?
Fade Into You.
Mazzy Star.
It's almost like
94.
It's almost like too good of a sad song to use in a movie. Like it'd be like
too good of a song to use.
Well, I mean, like too on the nose. You know what I'm saying?
Too specific.
Like when Forrest Gump is running and they use "Running on Empty" by Jackson Brown. It's like really on the nose, and I think people try to avoid that.
So you're mad at Forrest Gump?
Robert Zemeckis.
You thought it was a little cheesy.
I have an up and down relationship with Zemeckis. I think people know
this
that.
guy's having a big Mark Hananitic like
like too cheesy. Running on empty. Running.
It's just literally on the nose. But I did start the trend of using Fortunate Son in like Vietnam movies.
In 2013, Vulture named Fade Into You the most overused songs in film and television.
Wow!
There it is.
Martin.
Oh my God! Yeah, 81.
Is that right? All right, give me some of the examples.
Gilmore Girls. I'm sure you've seen that.
Oh yeah,
of course.
CSI, The Following, Psych, and Starship Troopers.
To name a few.
Yeah.
Handmaid's Tale, Ray
Netflix's
Donovan,
Virgin River. I'm not familiar.
Yellow Jackets, Euphoria, The Crown. Yeah, it looks like if you make a television show, you kind of like it feels like you have to use
kind
Fade
of
Into You.
out of focus, hazy picture.
Yeah.
Somebody's laying in bed contemplating their life.
You'd have to pay the artist quite a bit of money to use their song in a movie, wouldn't you?
For sure. Yeah, and Reservoir Dogs, the story has been told a million times, but there's a certain scene, maybe some mutilation goes on.
Oh, what?
And they use Stuck in the Middle with You, and famously Quentin used like the remaining...
Do you have a problem where Jackson just first named him?
Sorry, yes. Tarantino famously used like half the film's entire budget to get that song.
Really?
Yeah. So, yes, it does cost a lot.
All right. Because oftentimes that's a big part of the movie, the soundtrack, you know, the music.
Scorsese movies,
They spend that much money on the rights to use it. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Doug, I guess Aaron Walbrandt of Walbrandt Technologies is listening to the program this morning. One of his people was saying they're going to come by with the 2 televisions that I ordered. I said, hey, if you could, I'm going to need a third one. We had a situation where we're going to... And he responded in the group email what they put in the basement when they put the television in a few years ago. Did it stop working? Did someone throw something at it with 1.6 seconds left in the Blues game? Well, the secret's out now.
Probably can't fix it with that glue that they put on your car windshield sometimes when it cracks. That won't fix a TV, will it?
It's just a new TV. Oh, boy, this is rough. I got hit from both sides, brother.
You got nicked. That's what happened. You got nicked.
Sides. I'm wondering when, like, I don't think, and I'm curious where the audience is on this. I'm like, I can't wait to watch the Stars and Avalanche. Oh, there's the Senators and the Leafs. There's old Craig Berube and DP57. And oh, surprise, surprise, there's Mike Yeo. I don't think I'm going to be able to watch the Jets and Stars. I have to be honest with you.
It's hard to watch now.
Label me pathetic. I'm sure you've done it before. I have as well. I don't think I'll be able to watch it.
Just because they took our measure? Or just because once the Blues are out, you're out?
I'm not doing well. I did not sleep. I looked at my Whoop. 16 minutes of REM sleep for me last night, Doug. That is very low. I am not doing well. I am not doing well. It also is a lesson that emotional risk management doesn't really have much of a reward.
But it might pay for a TV.
It actually probably is going to pay for a television. And maybe there'll be a little left over. I don't know.
Give it back to the kids.
God almighty.
Would you feel worse if Winnipeg advanced and say, wow, we could have beat Dallas? Because you know you should have beat the Jets. Yeah. If they go and beat Dallas, which we're not expecting, then you're thinking, God, we had a path to the conference final.
That's a nice question. I don't know.
Should have given that to the 10 o'clock to Jackson's dossier. along the lines of, can you wear a Pirates hat if you're a Cardinals fan, which is apropos because the Pirates are in town.
Right.
Oh, wow. Will you be, what about wearing
Is
the
that
Pirates
still
hat while they're in
is
town?
that still in the dossier?
No, it's not. Definitely not when they're playing. Like, you wouldn't go to Busch Stadium wearing it, but, around town. It's a handsome lid.
Wow. The Stars are the favorites in the series, but not by much. They are minus 115 to win. The Jets are minus 105. For the record, the biggest favorite of the remaining matchups. Anybody want to take a guess who the biggest favorite in the 4 remaining matchups
Like
is?
in their match, not to win at all.
That's correct.
But favored to win their match.
Yes.
Not Toronto. No.
Toronto's an underdog.
That one, I could see that one going either way.
Yeah.
It feels like it's got a Game 7 written all over it.
How about the Capitals over the Hurricanes?
The Hurricanes are actually the favorite.
I think Vegas might be a big
Vegas is
favorite.
minus 138. Oilers are plus 117. I don't know. I feel like the Oil got it going. And that's the other thing that sucks about it. These matchups, if you're a hockey fan, holy crap. I mean, these are some incredible matchups across the board. And I don't know how I'm going to be able to handle it. I'm being dead serious. I'm
then
not.
don't trade out the TV. You won't have a choice. You won't be able to watch it because the TV's busted.
That's true. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe that's what I do.
You just go down there and sit.
Like I did last night. It's about 11 o'clock, and I turn off the lights, and I turn off the television. I've been watching the FanDuel Sports Midwest postgame show.
Extended postgame. To their credit, they stayed on a little bit longer.
Did the right
which
thing.
I enjoyed that.
And I turned it off, and I'm like, I can't get up, and I'm just sitting in darkness. And I'm going, what in the hell is going on with me? What in the hell is going on with me? And I'm thinking about my friends, all of whom work in other industries, and they're going to be down, but they're going to go and do their job where they can, it's like when they see people, they'll BS about it. And I'm going to go in and I'm not going to be doing well. And I've got to talk about the game as well. And it's just going to be incredibly miserable and depressing. And that's where I am. But that's where I am. I got to be honest with it. That's
So
where
you're
I
saying
am.
normal people can walk into work and then have like a conference meeting.
Correct.
Like, how are we doing, Bill? How was the weekend? How are the kids? Great. Okay, let's talk about this project. Have we heard from the contractor today? And they move forward.
That's right.
Because they are normal.
Right. Thank you. And I think that's the right. Meanwhile, Jackson plays Fade Into You by Mazzy
And you started
Star.
crying.
And I started, you saw the tear. You did. Yeah. Well, I'm not doing well.
How long do you think this will last?
That's what I'm kind of wondering.
Can I bring you back? Give yourself 2 weeks. I'll invite you back for a conference final. Would you like to see that?
Okay. I'll come
Maybe
back.
come back for a conference final.
Some pretty good matchups in the NBA, Tim.
Jackson's trying to groom me.
How about this Redbird Ball Club?
They're younger.
2 in a row.
Pirates are in town.
Maybe
Ballpark's
3
gonna
in
be
a row.
packed tonight.
Well,
Poor Cardinals Twitter, they tweeted out the Victor Scott catch. It's pretty good. He's pretty high in the air, robbing Juan Soto of a 3-run homer. And they did say one of the greatest catches ever.
Ooh.
But so maybe
I thought they said the greatest.
I think it's one of, and then people at me said, ever? And they're like, hey, come on, it's a Game 7. We're trying to get a little traction over here. It's a pretty good catch.
Real Housewives of TMA superstar Sharon and Clayton says, I thought listening to you guys today would make me feel better. Like most of you, when there's a big game on, Hubs and I, we all watch with our husbands, have to watch alone to focus with no distractions. We actually were yelling at each other a few times and had to remind each other to get some damn perspective. It's actually made it worse reliving it over and over again this morning. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
No.
And that's why you put those cameras in her home, because her and her husband are arguing.
yeah, it's a good theater.
And that's going to play wonderful in Doug's Real Housewives of T.
I'd like to catch some bickering.
Because she's pushing my buttons, and I don't like her now. And the next thing I'm going to do is leave. So all you.
Oh, Gary, come back.
Gary, come back. No, you.
Oh, that was needed. Meanwhile, Doug, you're doing the TMA Housewives. You're having a casting call at Brio.
That's correct.
Jackson is now putting together Man Rocket, which is going to be a
That'll be a good show. I'll watch that.
3-episode series.
Just hot guys in the St. Louis area.
Yeah. It'll like be me, like what? Just like hosting these guys and
Well, no,
saying,
you're gonna
looky.
You do the casting call. Jackson's Man Rocket.
Looking for men.
theme song being Hallelujah, It's Raining Men.
Yeah, again, that might be a little on the nose.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did not go to bed easily or talk to anyone about the game at work today. I could not be any less interested in the Cardinals. I'm not doing well here either, Tim. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack,
He wants
not
to be
his
just
wife.
like you, not doing well.
Stop it. Stop it.
Up on my dreams, okay? And I always just fought for what I wanted. Well, all my friends are out here having fun, okay? I was always at home alone.
So emotional.
I would say if this sort of thing can break a man, you probably haven't faced any real adversity in your life.
That's not fair.
Jackson, you probably like the fact that I'm this broken, not because you're not because of Schadenfreude,
right?
But you like when somebody is comfortable admitting that they're emotionally invested in a team.
Wear your emotions on your sleeve, man. This is what we get up for. You know, things are only valuable because we assign value to them, and if you're spending,
you hear that, Doug?
Well, if
things
you're
only value,
let's say you go to 5 or 6,
like the tulips, and was that the 14th century? Tulips had value.
Yeah. The diamonds now today too.
Yeah, if you went to 5 or 6 Blues games this year and you watch 75-80% of the games on television, you buy jerseys, this, that, and the other, you've spent a decent amount of money. You've obviously given a lot of your time to watching it, so that means you're assigning a lot of value to this thing. And if it makes you upset, then it's okay to be upset. Don't try to suppress those emotions. That's only going to hurt in the long run.
Why would that hurt in the long run?
You should never suppress emotions. You should face them head on, you know?
I don't know about that. What if you're really angry? You don't want to be angry at everybody.
Then you text into a radio show.
You find different avenues to channel that into so it can be productive.
Like texting into a radio show.
Yeah. It's
Let it out.
It's converting, kinetic energy into power, baby.
Or you handle bad emotions like a grown-up adult and suppress them.
Suppress and compartmentalize are two different things, I would say. Suppressing, not good.
Look, and now we're going to get into some semantics on suppression versus compartmentalization.
Yeah, all right. I think there's a difference.
Okay, I'd love to know, actually. I'm kind of curious.
Compartmentalizing is allowing it to, upset you, but also putting on a brave face and, doing what you have to do because you are an adult. Whereas suppressing is just bearing the emotion and saying you're fine despite being the opposite.
I think I follow Jackson on this.
Recognizing you're upset and saying it while also being brave and doing what you have to do every day. That's compartmentalization.
Wow, you're kind of a doc rocket. You kind of have a little medical background, though, almost, in the way you spit that out.
No.
But what about people who have road rage? They're expressing their emotions.
Yeah, what's going on there? Is that suppression or compartmentalization?
Yeah, that would be unbridled rage.
Oh.
But that's probably because they're suppressing some other emotion. That's what their outlet. So, again, suppression rears its ugly head.
Oh, this guy's good, though.
Or it could be because someone just cut him off and they're in a hurry.
And there's, you can honk and be upset for about 5 seconds, and then there's trying to run somebody off the road, which happens sometimes.
Grabbing a golf club like Jack Nicholson did.
Indeed.
Unbridled Rage. Probably Liam Neeson, maybe like 97.
That sounds like a movie you'd make.
Doug doesn't know the years, but
I really do not know the years, too.
Martin, you have onboarding?
I do, yes.
That's means the 10 o'clock hour is upon us here. You can send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can work with Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental. I haven't even mentioned this today, but Friday's Dotem, which is May 30th, Doug, sold out. And
it is.
Jackson, were you on the email from Jessie Kiowski?
Yes, for yesterday.
With TMA. Let me see. I am scrolling. Yes, she sent an email with an update yesterday. I'm not. There it is. Let's see. Friday, the Dotem is sold out. And there are 20 teams left for Thursday. So if you want to play in the Dotem, Thursday's always the day where, obviously people, might be tougher to play. We understand that, but because the things had the demand it's had, we made it a 2-day tournament. Friday is sold out. You want to play in the Dotem. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And you can make it a family affair. I'm going to be playing with my father and my son, and I'm looking forward to that on Thursday. That is May 29th, and it is presented to you by Michelob Ultra. And Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West Dental has his closest to the pin competition. 100 West Dental is located on Manchester in Baldwin, and I visited those facilities, and I know what everybody thinks of when they think of a dentist's office, and what you have going on at 100 West Dental is brand new technology and something that just does not look anything like a dentist's office. That is important because you are going to get the most advanced treatment possible, and dental health is so important. Do not ignore it. It is important to your overall health. Go to 100westdental.com. You don't even have to pick up the phone. You can schedule your appointment right there. No dental insurance, no problem. They have a membership plan that aids in the costs of your appointment. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. Martin is heading out for the day. Jackson, Chairman Kurt, Doug, and I will take you to 11 o'clock when BK and Ferrario will take over. You are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, now the weather is warming up. Plenty of people start thinking about getting engaged. If you are thinking about getting engaged, I would like to recommend Moritz Reusch Jewelers. That's right, Moritz Reusch Jewelers, located in the tower across from the St. Louis Galleria in Richmond Heights on the 15th floor. I have been in their facility, and man, oh man, is it impressive. Number one, the thing that stands out to me is the privacy, also the no-pressure sales aspect, but the ability to sit there in a private setting and ask questions. And then also you have a budget. They're going to pride themselves on making sure they allow you to stick to that budget and not go, oh, you said this number, let's move it up. That's not the way that it works there. They are locally owned. They're family owned. Third generation. Dan Reusch is in there at Moritz Reusch. You can check them out at ninjabling.com. If you're thinking about getting engaged, that is where you want to go. They have a lot of jewelry in stock, specifically engagement rings for the guys who want to get something put together pretty quickly, or they could do custom jewelry if you want to design something from the ground up. It's Moritz Reusch Jewelers, online at ninjabling.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. While the Blues and Jets were doing battle, the Warriors defeated the Rockets last night, 103-89, eliminating them and moving on to the next round. That is now the 5th time Steph Curry and the Warriors have eliminated the Rockets from the playoffs. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, I thought you asked Jackson to play something uplifting.
I wanted to hear Travis Tritt's It's a Great Day to Be Alive.
I'm still sad.
I know the sun's still shining when I close my eyes. We could have used a little pick-me-up. Could have used it. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Come on, you cry when you're 7 years old and you lose your game.
Taking a shot.
As a full adult, you move on. You say, I was entertained, great season, I'm really disappointed. What's next?
Well, I'll tell you what, you just took a shot at Johnny Londoff by saying that because he texted me, how about this? Tim, long time no talk, or at least text. This is Johnny Londoff. I listen to your show every morning. You and the guys are amazing. I don't like that he said, and the guys there.
He should have just stopped at you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I wonder if that was like a mistake.
Well, he's being nice because he owns his own building and lot.
That's exactly right. And he said, I lost sleep last night also, buddy. I still can't believe the Blues lost that game. I said, you and me both, brother. Johnny, so you can apologize to Johnny Londoff if you'd like.
Okay. No, I understand the passion. I appreciate the passion. I'm just saying you need to keep it in perspective. Even if it's the wounds are fresh, you still have to say, boy, wasn't that a fun ride. All right, let's go get him. Let's go get him next year. Come on, Redbirds. Let's get a win over the Buccos.
Do you think people turn their attention to the Cardinals and Pirates?
That's what I do. What else you got? What else?
Battlehawks had a nice W.
Yes. That's a weekend thing.
I am not doing well.
Get over this. Get over it.
I'm not doing well. This show is what's keeping me going, but at 11 o'clock, I'll be staring into the abyss.
No, you won't.
I'll be like Tony Soprano. Was that the penultimate episode?
Mm-hmm. In the canyons.
Don't say penultimate.
Why? It's a perfect use of it.
I don't care for it.
You can use it next so rarely, so when you get the opportunity, you have to take it.
I hate Winnipeg. It's like Canadian Baldwin. That's from Arbor Day. Doug, and Arbor Day has been the texter of the year for the last 2 years. Probably going to be a three-peat.
Why would it be like Baldwin?
What's wrong with Baldwin?
Jeremy Rutherford texted me yesterday afternoon. He goes, hey, you were asking what downtown Winnipeg looks like? Here. Mm-hmm. And there was some pictures, and I got to tell you, a lot of similarities with St. Louis.
Really?
Yes.
The shots they had, the scenic shots in the broadcast made it look kind of okay. Not huge, but nice enough.
Well, they have the scenic shots of St. Louis, and there's just people going up and down the river.
Yeah, and the old man. All we do pretty much is get on paddle boats and go up and down the old man.
Oh, God, I'm not doing well. Let me hear from the Blues, Jackson. You pick the sound, brother.
All right. I want to play what Monty kind of thanking the organization and the fans, you know.
I just want to take the opportunity to thank the St. Louis Blues fans. They were awesome this year. I thought they galvanized our group. And I also want to thank every staff member that's associated with the inner workings of the hockey team, and especially the players, because as a coach, you try and hope to get your team to reach their ceiling. And, you know, I think we came as close as we can in the last 3 months. I don't think we got there, but that was a great series, and I cannot thank our players enough for their commitment, effort, and execution.
It was a big year for the fans. I remember saying about halfway through the season that I had gone to the game and the team appeared to be going nowhere, and the building was still packed and the fans still had their energy. They sold out, or almost did, most of the games. This is after a 2-year run of not going into the playoffs, the fans did not give up. So we had a great year. We won the cup as fans, Tim.
Oh, my goodness. So they've already handed...
Yes. We won the fans' cup.
I love how the community comes together during a Blues playoff run. I know I said a little something similar in the 8 or 9 o'clock hour, but it's so noticeable. I don't know, I was in grade school, but, the Blues would be in the playoffs every damn year. Most teams were. In the 1980s, the Norris Division. Jackson named the members of the Norris Division. You've done it before. Let's see if you can do it again.
Red Wings.
Nice.
Maple Leafs.
Nice.
Chicago.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Minnesota.
Nice.
Look at me go.
There you go.
Chuck Norris.
But because the playoffs were kind of okay, you're going to get in, it didn't do what it's done here, I don't know, for the last, maybe quarter century, but I really feel like last 15 years. I mean, this city shut down for Blues hockey, and the impact it had, that building, it's amazing to see how the game has grown locally. And I think a big part of it, I really do believe this, and I don't say this because we're on the Blues station. Whatever. We've usually been on low-powered AM stations. That's kind of our spot, Doug.
Right.
That's
Sweet spot, for sure.
That's where we belong. At HD2, of course, where only the heavy hitters go. But I think it's because the Blues do so many things right that fans are comfortable investing emotionally because they believe that the organization is going to reciprocate that emotion, both with their commitment to doing things right with the business and with the investment in the team. And I think that's where the Cardinals are lacking right now. And so I think it hits harder now with the Blues than perhaps it would with the Cardinals, which sounds like blasphemy. And 2 decades ago, I would have never said that. Not as a shot at anybody, just as an observation. But the Blues and St. Louis sports have become synonymous because of the love the fans have for the team and I think the organization. They want the team to advance in the playoffs in part because it'll help Tom Stillman financially. Mm-hmm. That isn't said. I hope the DeWitts are going to be okay. The Cardinals didn't make the playoffs. It's just it's a different mindset, but I think it's because the Blues do things the right way, and that's why I think so many people are in pain this morning.
And for some reason, it always feels like the Blues are somehow the underdogs, a little team that can. If we just try a little harder, maybe we'll get there. Maybe that's unfair, but you don't get that sense with the Cardinals. The Cardinals feel like one of the blue bloods of baseball, and the Blues maybe not so much in hockey as a blue-blooded team. So maybe that's part of it, too.
Let's all pretend that a middling team in an 8-man football league and an absolutely abysmal Cardinal team built by the most fraudulent PBO in the league will get us over this level of hurt. And no, Jackson, nobody's going to watch the NBA.
Oh.
It's in the 3-1-4, and now they're not happy.
No, just now. Just now they blew up.
What are you going to do?
Well, what you could do is get yourself a new kitchen.
There you go.
That might pick your spirits up a little bit. You're living in a house that's 10, 15, maybe 20 years old, and you've never done a home remodel. Well, it's time for an interior home remodeling job. And don't make the mistake many others have made by hiring contractors who aren't experienced and don't know what they're doing. And guys, excuse me for a moment while I clear the frog out of my throat. Okay, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Let Collier and Thompson do it the right way the first time. You'll have a kitchen, bathroom, man cave, or any other kind of remodel that will last a lifetime. These people do it right, and they've been doing it right since the 1950s. They have more than 165 years of combined experience between their contractors and their painters and their plumbers and the people that work with them. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard are the owners. They've been there more than 20 years now. They'd love to show you around the place. They have a great showroom, more than 10,000 square feet, and more than 20 kitchen displays, where you can go and browse a little bit and decide, wow, that could be in my home. And they've done it for many St. Louisans, thousands really, over the years, and they do it right, and they have people you can trust in your home. They will always do the job right, and they will never stop until you are happy. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
What's wrong with Baldwin? Sounds like Doug loves a cul-de-sac and a split-level ranch with an above-ground pool. Baldwin is where Melvilles move after an aunt they haven't talked to in years leaves them some money. That's from Arbor Day.
Can you have a split-level ranch? Is that even possible?
Jackson,
it's either a split level or it's a ranch.
Yeah.
Okay, it's either a split level or it's a ranch.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the split level?
That's where as soon as you walk in, you got to go either up or down.
Oh.
There's steps right there.
Oh, yeah.
There's usually no basement.
Yeah, I don't think you can have both, right?
I wouldn't think so.
I don't know. Not well versed in that field.
Sadly, East Kansas City, formerly known as St. Louis, is looking forward to the Chiefs' schedule release on May 14th more than anything else. It's in the Hunchback of Von Castle.
No, I'm not.
Will that help you get over this loss?
No. Frankly, I'm over it. I'm not happy they lost. I was bummed out last night, but you turn the page, you get over it.
I'm not.
You're not doing well, I know.
I'm not.
I know you're not doing well.
I'm surprised by how not well I'm doing. Because, again, I was texting compadres on Saturday night. I'm like, oh, boy, looks like the Stars and Avalanche are playing a different game than the Blues are. So even if the Blues kiss past the Jets, I recognized it was going to be an uphill climb. But, hey, give these boys a shot. Was it over when Parayko went down? Hell no.
I don't know.
Was it over when Holloway went down? Hell no.
You know what it is also when you watch a game in Dallas? They have such a great camera angle. The camera's a lot lower than it is in most other buildings. And so the players look like they're a little bigger, a little faster.
Oh,
the game moves faster.
Is that what's going on in that building?
I think that's what it is.
They're already talking about a new building down there. I remember you down there when the Blues played the Stars in 2001. They were in Reunion Arena, Doug, and they're already getting ready to get a new building in
Seems
Dallas.
like a Dallas thing where the Rangers were played in that stadium for 25 minutes.
Now they moved to that warehouse.
Yeah,
this is just a camera angle thing I'm talking about, where the rink seems a little smaller, a little tighter, and it looks like the players are flying around. I think that you get a sense of maybe these guys are better than when you have these really way up high top camera angles like we saw in Winnipeg.
Like, there is nothing else to get behind now, Doug. The Cardinals are only 4 games better than the Pirates. I said the Pirates. That's from Big Tough.
So what, you're going to give up? You're just going to give up like that? You tried to give up on the Blues earlier in the year, too, didn't you?
You remember Big Tough's text?
No, but I remember a lot of people were ready to give up.
Yeah.
I
What's the point?
100% was.
What do you get out of giving up?
My
good is it
mindset
to you?
wasn't giving up. It was, let's get something in exchange because the team isn't going anywhere. That was my mindset. But, hey, I was wrong, so God bless. You know, what are you going to do? Sometimes I'm right, most of the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm wrong, very rarely.
Well,
it was just an edit right there on the fly.
Okay. I just don't know how you get any satisfaction out of saying 35 games into the season, we're not very good, I give up.
You're talking a Big Tough about the Cardinals and Pirates matchup.
Now, if you're the Rockies or the White Sox, maybe you say, I'm giving up. Here comes the white flag of surrender. But if you're the Cardinals, you don't give up yet.
Well, if you're doing that, before Easter, might be a problem.
Yes. I wouldn't give up on the Cardinals.
Well, Daddy Padre's already given his perspective from inside the Blues room, and now he's giving his perspective on the Cardinals from inside the Blues room. Trade Helsley. Thanks, Daddy Padre.
Now he just goes by Dad. Well, if they trade Helsley, they are in effect giving up, I think. They're saying that it's not going to happen for us this year.
Maybe the Diamondbacks will come and knock on their door since Shelby Miller is now their closer. Yeah. That's right. Shelby Miller is the Diamondbacks closer. All right, we got a break. It's 101 ESPN. If you are looking to customize your outdoor living space, I have the company for you. I have the person for you. The company is Aesthetic Design and Build. The person is Dan. He has a wonderful team with a showroom in Chesterfield Valley that you can check out, and they can show you what they can do for your outdoor living space. It's May 5th. Let's get things in order for the warm weather months in the St. Louis area. Do so with Aesthetic Design and Build. They customize decks. They can add on a pergola if you're looking to shade your covered patio with a retractable screen. They can do that for you as well. You can check out the work they do by going to aestheticdesignandbuild.com or by giving them a call at 636-532-5008. It is aestheticdesignandbuild.com. They have a really strong referral base from customers who have had great experiences with them over the years. And for the most part, if someone has used them for one project, when they move or buy another home, they use them for that project as well. It's Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
Gosh, I tried.
Doug. I didn't know if he was going to go with landslide or Silver Springs when Stevie Nicks stared into the eyes of her ex-lover, Lindsey Buckingham.
It's a great day to be alive. Would have been a wonderful tune to hear right about now. Little pick-me-up.
You like the Smashing Pumpkins version better?
I don't know. Either one. It's fine. Whatever. Just want to hear something uplifting.
John Scores is not happy with you. Says, I recall a certain salad-eating host that wanted to give up and trade Bennington earlier in the season. That's John Scores in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Yeah, there was a time he wasn't playing very well at all. And boy, did he turn it around. Holy smokes. Turn it around in a big way.
Doug, it's over for St. Louis. Let's just move to Nashville and grind on hot dudes at bachelor parties. That's
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. That's what you're going to do for your entertainment? Find bachelor parties full of people you don't know and grind upon them?
Have you ever seen those buses that kind of are those little like trolleys that go around?
Everyone drives around going, woo, woo. Like, boy, no one's ever had more fun than we're having right now.
That's probably what it sounded like down at the Lake of the Ozarks this weekend, Jackson.
Similar. Yeah, a lot of wooing. Just kind of guys screaming.
Is that what you guys did?
Yeah, just kind of group yells.
Did you do any angling? You catch any lunkers?
Some guys brought some fishing rods, yeah.
But not you.
Not a real big fisherman. Not saying I like the peace and the tranquility of it all, but, you know, I'm not going to take a fish out of a hook.
Oh, that's what it is? You're afraid to catch something?
I'm not afraid. I just, you know, if I have my
They have fishing
druthers.
gloves that help.
Yeah, that could mitigate the issue for you.
There were no gloves present. And again, I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really like the taste of fish. So
Is that right?
Yeah, not a fish guy. So I really see no upside, but I do like the peace and tranquility. Like I could just sit in the boat, you know, and kind of.
Oh, like Fredo did, saying Hail Marys.
Yeah, boy, I hope it has
And wait
better
for the
outcome.
bullet.
Ow!
Better
Spoiler
outcome.
alert.
Yeah.
What's your mnemonic device for the taste of fish?
Tim has that.
Trout terrific.
Oh, yeah. Matt Weiner, Martin Kilcoyne, Seattle 2000, Doug. And Matt Weiner was trying to remember what he wanted to order. Do you want to order trout or salmon? And he goes, oh, yeah, I always tell myself, trout's terrific, salmon sucks.
No, salmon's fantastic.
It's odd that you'd have to have that kind of device for yourself, you know? Like, feels like it's only two things you can kind of remember.
Yeah, but there's mental blocks on certain
Sure, I
things.
guess, yeah.
You guys got time for a quick trivia question?
I am taking questions, Doug. I don't know if he is or not.
Okay.
If the Maple Leafs, Doug, and either Winnipeg or Edmonton advanced, we'd have an all-Canadian Stanley Cup. You remember the last time that happened?
Oh, my goodness. It would have to be 1986 with the Canadiens and Flames.
Happened a little bit after that.
Edmonton would have to be involved. Would have to be Edmonton. God, did Edmonton and Montreal play when the Gretzky era? No?
You had the teams right. It happened in 86 with the Canadiens and Flames, but then again in 89 with the Canadiens and Flames.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Again, Chopper got there twice with him? Huh. How about that? But I don't remember the 89 one. So,
Old Dougie Gilmore got the game-winning goal.
Dougie. Okay.
Gilmore. Hey, Arbor Day, just an FYI, even though you live in Webster Groves, you're still a South County Hoosier. Go out and straighten that Chiefs flags on your camper. That's from the 636. So if you live in Webster Groves, you're a Chiefs fan?
Huh. Well, you could be.
I guess you could be. I never really associated the two. Didn't strike me.
No, well, they're all over the place now. Our town is pockmarked with Chiefs fans.
How does trading Helsley actually wave a white flag, Doug? Guy hardly pitches because he's only used in picture-perfect spots. That's from Daddy Padre, who's now signing off as Dad.
Well, he is your closer in games that you win. If you're thinking we're not going to win many, so we might as well get rid of our closer, that's kind of giving up.
Hell's bells coming in stopper style. Lights turn red, B-fib go wild.
I don't know what teams would trade you for a closer either. Doesn't seem like you're going to get an awful lot for a closer, as valuable as they are.
Our lives are horrible. Doug, you like that text? Our lives are horrible.
No, I don't.
We need the local sports teams to uplift us from the daily hell that is our existence. That's from the hipster of Tower Grove South.
Might be a little much.
That's where people are, but I think part of it's Jackson's return music.
Yeah.
It's not helping.
I'm not. I'm allowing people to wallow.
I live in South County. I do not claim Webster Groves as South County. That's from John.
No, I don't think of Webster Groves as South County.
So now we got a war between Webster Groves and South County and Webster Groves and Cottleville. I mean, Webster Groves is now fighting on two fronts.
Where does South County start then?
I was just thinking about it because Kirkwood and Webster are both kind of like southwest county, inner suburbs of southwest county.
I get shamed for living south of Manchester.
Well, you should.
Wrong side of Manchester.
I'm dangerously close to gravel. Are you kidding me?
So is Sunset Hills kind of the start then?
Probably.
Yeah.
Crestwood, Sunset Hills.
That's 44?
Yeah, maybe south of 44.
Okay.
I'd say.
There it is, Jackson. Now you know.
I
just know that Webster's at war with South County and Cottleville.
Right.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Doug,
Part of Webster is south of 44.
So, yeah. There you go.
Right by Vianney?
Well, that's Kirkwood right there.
Okay. It's tough.
But yeah, part of it. But Hickson Middle School, right there on 44. South of there's Webster. Hello.
It's starting to make sense. They have a wonderful Steak and Shake there, though. That's if I'm going to go Steak and Shake, that's the one you go to. So that's why I hear tell.
But if you live in Florissant or Hazelwood, you would certainly think that's South County. You go, wow, we got to drive 30 minutes to get there. It's south.
It's value perspective.
Well, it doesn't matter, I guess. That's the question. Why is geography so darn important?
Is anyone having a worse day than a dog in South County today? You know those Hoosiers are giving him a kick. Doug, that's from Arbor Day, and that is his response to the South County texter going after Webster. And this is now going to the Worson Woods Wacko Mr. Licks level, self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and Sharon and Clayton level of wars in the text inbox.
He's saying the Hoosiers will kick their dogs because the Blues lost?
Come on. Kick the kid, not the dog.
My dog slept through the whole thing. Slept right on the couch right next to me. Slept through the whole thing.
I woke up in the middle of the night and I'm like, it could be 11:15 for all I know. I am not sleeping because of this loss. I'm ashamed of it, but I need to be honest with the audience.
What do you keep playing back in your head? Like if we had just cleared the puck or if just one bounce hadn't gone that way?
I think that the goal and the reaction with 1.6 seconds, the television breaking.
Oh, yeah, you had that double whammy there.
Because in my mind, I'm like, man, at least I made a nice amount of money. But then I'm like, I think it's all up in smoke, though, because of the damn TV breaking.
Yeah.
Well, you could suspend your wife, I guess.
Can you suspend my wife for me and give her a tariff?
Yes, I'll do that.
I'm going to be paying the tariff.
Anna Marie, you've been suspended. You've been suspended a period of 2 days' time. And because we don't want Tim to have to pay the tariff, I'm going to double the tariff on you. 40% tariff.
40%
for Anna Marie for her actions.
For throwing the chapstick and breaking the television. There you go.
And because it was a violent act, it does seem that she may have ties to Tren de Aragua. So the suspension is being trebled to 6 days' time.
My goodness. But that now means I have to take care of the two boys by myself, so maybe you can unsuspend her.
Well, she can find a babysitter for you.
Thank you. All right, I'm back on board. Okay. Email in, design, air, heating, and cooling email today is coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, caw, another Monday, another Battlehawks victory Monday. Woohoo. And hey, you know what? Mother's Day is coming up on Sunday. Maybe you're out there thinking, I don't really know how to cook, and I'm going to give my wife or my mom the day off. How about a little Lee's famous recipe chicken? Or maybe you want to go to Battlehawks games, and how about a little Battlehawks box? What do you get with that? 4 famous hand-breaded chicken strips. An order of potato wedges and 2 dipping sauces. You know, I like to take that big, delicious potato wedge. I like to dip in the Chipotle ranch, maybe a little ketchup too, but it's great because you get 2 dipping sauces with your Battlehawks box. On top of that, you get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawk tickets, which means they're starting at just $14. So get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any of the St. Louis area Lee's famous recipe chicken locations. And remember, the caw is the law.
Oh, no.
Oh, gosh, something uplifting would be good.
Doug, gentleman I call Hubbard Marty, who, what would be the proper term? I would say you run programming for KC95 and 106.5 The Arch. Would that be accurate?
That is accurate.
There you go. All right. And is also on the TMA fan page on Facebook. Played in the TMA fan page club championship named after the great Jay Randolph Jr. yesterday. Came in, and I would describe you as a banty rooster. Jackson's going to tell me we're tight on time, but I want Hubbard Marty to express his feelings right here for the audience.
I'm in lockstep with you on this Blues thing.
Welcome to being on the right side of history.
Don't tell me how to feel. I'm not going to tell you how to feel. If you want to rationalize it and say, well, they grew and this will help and they got some experience. They got experience in blowing a 2-0 lead with 2 minutes left. Oh. That's the experience they got.
I'm throwing my diamonds up in the air.
And especially you, Doug. You don't tell me how to feel.
I don't care how you feel.
You were telling him.
I want you to feel better.
You should feel better. I don't want to feel better right now.
You don't.
I put my head down for 1 full minute when that third goal went in. I was at an establishment, a drinking.
Oh, were you having a libation?
Eatery.
Good for you.
Yeah.
An eatery.
I was in an eatery, in a drinking establishment, The Post, out in Lake St. Louis. Great place. And everybody was standing, and with 2 damn seconds left in the game, everybody sat and I put my head down.
What was the sound
for 1 full minute?
What was the sound in the eatery when that happened?
It went silent. No, there were curse words.
Yeah, sure.
And silence.
Someone threw a
and children looking around like, what just happened?
Anybody break a television in the eatery?
Nah, not that I know of. But my head was down, maybe.
Yeah, could happen.
And then in the parking lot, it was F-bombs.
Oh, no.
People walking out in disgust, going home to watch overtime.
Oh, God.
But don't tell me how to feel, Doug.
I just want you to feel better.
I appreciate that kind of. But in the moment, let me be upset.
Well, I was upset in the moment, too.
Well, the moment lasts more than a moment. Give me a week.
A week? You need a week?
I need a week to feel better about
I'm going to need a few days, too. I need a few days.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hubbard Marty siding with me.
He's hopping mad.
Yeah, I'm upset.
Trust me, the audience is with you on that one. Oh, it's not the gong over. That was a huge moment in the history of lemonading.
I agree with Tim.
All right, that's enough.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up. This is TMA.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Cardinals play today 6:45 against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Miles Michaelis on the mound. Those are their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Tim McKernan here for Mentality. Low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat, feeling anxious, moody, irritable, lack of focus or mental clarity. That can be low testosterone. If you're dealing with low testosterone, check out Mentality, a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. It's Mentality, and Mentality is online at mentalityhealth.com/radio. To find out more information, it's Mentality at mentalityhealth.com/radio. We got to go. The time management's 100% my fault. I apologize. You can email me your unhappiness at tmckernan. That's TMCKERNAN InsideSTL.com. I mismanagement the clock. Not Jackson, not Kurt, not Doug, not Martin. Me. 100% me, and I apologize, but I can't go into BK and Ferrario's time, so I got to go. We got to go. Bye.